Commerce to explain why support for Ukraine must continue, how the weapons the U.S. has provided so far are being used, and how to make this support sustainable without decimating U.S. munition stockpiles.
Fox's Jennifer Griffin at the Pentagon.
High-end precision weapons like the HIMARS multiple rocket launch system have been a game changer, forcing Russia to retreat from some areas. The Pentagon secretly altered the HIMARS rocket systems it's been sending to Ukraine, shortening the missile's long-range capabilities so they cannot hit deep inside Russia. A defense official confirmed that to Fox News.
The Pentagon says it takes U.S. readiness into account when drawing down the stockpile to help Ukraine. The White House just reaffirming the president's support for the military's COVID vaccine mandate and criticizing Republicans opposed to it after Democrats agreed to strip it out of an annual defense policy bill.
Republicans in Congress have decided that they rather fight against the health and well-being of our troops than protecting them. And we believe that it is a mistake.
Spokeswoman Karine Jean-Pierre is not saying whether the president would sign it. The negotiated bill still needs votes in the House and Senate. The White House also sounding an optimistic note about how much can get done in divided government when Republicans take control of the House in January. But the current Congress still has to iron out a spending bill to avoid a government shutdown next week. The White House budget chief is part of those talks. A judge in Michigan just ordering 5 more men to stand trial over a plot to kidnap the governor. Following the conviction of other suspects, 14 people in all have faced charges in state or federal court. America is listening to Fox News.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Federal employees and annuitants, it's time to choose your 2023 health plan. Choose Take Care. Open season is November 14th through December 12th. Take Care's on-island network includes GRMC, SDA, GRC, FHP, and over 1 million providers off-island with positive benefit enhancements that expand access to care. Go to takecareasia.com/openseason22 or call 671-647-3526. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
The lights should be back on soon in North Carolina after the substation attack that remains under investigation.
Duke Energy officials say they've finished repairing the substations that were shot at and badly damaged, leaving thousands of people in Moore County without power since Saturday. Duke said they got some customers back online Tuesday, but still 20,000 customers were waiting. They should have power by tonight at midnight. Duke Energy spokesman Jeff Brooks was asked at a press conference Tuesday if the person or people who shot at the substations knew where to damage them to knock out the power. He said that was still being investigated, but
they hit the locations that created the outage. So, take that for what it's worth there.
School officials said schools would remain closed Thursday, but their goal is to have kids back in class by Friday.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. COVID rules are rolled back in China as of today, a big change to a strategy that confined millions of people to their homes, sparking protests, though Beijing has not announced an actual end to its zero COVID strategy. A new study suggests eating certain foods may lead to a drop in brain power.
Before you reach for that bag of chips, something to think about. According to a study published in JAMA Neurology, eating ultra-processed foods, such as hot dogs or French fries for more than 20% of daily calories, could lead to cognitive decline, especially with memory, planning, and focus. A University of Sao Paulo study followed some 10,000 Brazilians for up to a decade and found those with the highest intake of the foods had a 28% faster rate of cognitive decline compared to those with the least. Ultra-processed foods have gone through significant industrial processes and contain lots of, for instance, fats, sugars, salt, artificial flavors, or stabilizers. Lillian Wu, Fox News.
An hour to the close on Wall Street. Stocks are lower, but not by much. The Dow's down about 2 points. The NASDAQ down 50 points. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Take your
your business to new heights with the United Business Credit Card. Earn 30,000 bonus miles after spending $3,000 within the first 3 months after account opening. Plus, earn 3 times the miles per $1 spent on United tickets through United until April 30th, 2023, and 2 times the miles thereafter. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com United Business for more information and to apply for your United Business Credit Card today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's Best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tumon location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
Half a day and good morning, Guam at 6:06 on Thursday, December 8. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. 38-year-old Arencia Willie has been arrested following a crash that sent a child to the hospital. Police responded to the scene on Route 2 by Babauta Street in Agate and found a Ford F-150 truck had hit an unoccupied Nissan Quest. Police determined Willie was driving the truck with a man in the front passenger seat and 2 children also in the vehicle, ages 7 and 10. The 7-year-old was taken to the hospital by medics. No information about the 10-year-old was provided. Officers noted Willie had a strong odor of an intoxicating beverage and bloodshot, watery eyes. She told investigators she had only 2 alcoholic beverages and she was trying to clean her windshield because the wiper blades were inoperable. Willie was given a field sobriety test, which she failed 3 times. She later claimed that she drank just a 6-pack. Willie was charged with vehicular negligence with injuries, driving while impaired with a child on board, driving while impaired with BAC, and reckless driving with injuries. Meanwhile, Rodney Akima, an export worker accused in a kidnapping earlier this year, could be off the hook for the serious charges. Akima appeared virtually before Superior Court Judge Maria Senzon yesterday. A woman known to him told police Akima hit her repeatedly with an extension cord and threatened to kill her with a knife. Akima then told authorities he was using meth and blamed his actions on the Tautomona. He was charged with kidnapping, terrorizing, family violence, unlawful restraint, and possession of a deadly weapon. During yesterday's hearing, it was said that Akima is accepting the prosecution's plea deal, admitting to a family violence charge and would only serve 2 months in prison. He is set to be back in court next week. We'll have more news after this.
Pacific Points is turning 2 years and we're giving away 2 million points. Imagine what you could do when you went up to 2 years worth of free Shell fuel, Foodies products, or rebates on your IT&E bill. Receive entries into our monthly and grand prize drawings when you sign up for Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points at Shell, Foodies, and IT&E when you refer your friends and more. Go to PacificPoints.com for details and see more ways to enter. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Minority Leader Senator Chris Dueñas's Bill 11 that would require legislative approval to extend a public health emergency will go to an override vote at the legislature for the 4th time this term. This week, the governor ordered an extension of the emergency for the 33rd straight month. Adelup says it could be the last one, but Dueñas is still skeptical, saying there's been a lack of checks and balances because in many cases, the emergency procurement and open government laws aren't required. With a push at the federal level to extend the country's public health emergency out to April or June, a check on the governor's health powers is still needed. Dueñas's main concern was accountability for the hundreds of millions in federal money that the pandemic has brought the island. Guam is among a few states and territories still in a full public health emergency, and Dueñas says Guam could still receive federal benefits like emergency SNAP allotments by limiting the scope of the emergency. And Guam is now a partner of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, working to develop post-watershed plans to help rehabilitate and improve the resiliency of damaged infrastructure and natural resources, as well as reduce risks to human life and property from future natural hazards. The Corps has partnered with leaders from Guam, AmSam, and the CNMI. Guam's watershed assessment encompasses the entire island while considering the geological differences throughout the island. In the north, the northern Guam Lens Aquifer is the main source of drinking water for the island, which is situated on a forested limestone plateau with sheer coastal cliffs. The Guam watershed assessment also considers the wet and dry season. The Corps states there's a predicted 0.5 to 1.5 foot rise in sea level by 2050 and predicts an increased vulnerability to natural hazards as a result. The watershed assessment is intended to serve as a strategic roadmap to inform future decisions and actions. And those were your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
I'm trying to figure out how that's going to cost me money. All of these things where they talk about climate change and whatever, that's going to cost me money. Anyway, I tell you what, Ray, I know you live in Totu, but there could be some kind of an impact from climate change and rising seas. So we're going to have to charge you double for sewer water and crap like that. Literally. Okay, we'll try to figure it all out. 6:11 in the morning, and before we get into the weather, one important note here that I have to pass along to you. The island-wide pilgrimage of the SMK, that's short for Santa Maria Camelin, is not a motorcade. It is not a motorcade. This is not Mad Mel's Cruising. Do not try to get in the line and follow her around. Just let her do her thing and make her way to all the different parishes that we've got here on Guam. They're going to get that underway here in about an hour or so. 7:11 in the morning. Not a motorcade, guys. Just wave and pray, wave and pray. Mostly sunny in the forecast for today. Highs near 87 degrees. East winds 10 to 14 miles an hour. You got partly cloudy for skies in the forecast for tonight as well. Overnight lows of about 77 degrees. And you're hearing mostly sunny, and you're thinking, okay, well, she's going to be by my parish at like 8 o'clock in the morning. I can spend the rest of Santa Maria Camelin at the Feast of the Immaculate Conception. I can go to the beach and enjoy God's beautiful nature at the beach. Stay near the shore. I've got word here that risk of rip currents has been extended now through Sunday. This is like the public health emergency, except they don't have to write an executive order. They just kind of look at the weather and say, it ain't getting any better out there on the water, so they have extended it. It was going to expire at 6 o'clock on Friday, but according to the National Weather Service, Homeland Security and Civil Defense, they have advised a high risk of rip currents is in effect for Guam, Rota, Tini, and Saipan through Sunday afternoon. Dangerous rip currents are expected for east-facing reefs of the Marianas. So very, very careful out there. Eastern exposures, in fact, most of the exposures could be dangerous as well. Mostly sunny tomorrow. Highs around 87 degrees. Partly cloudy tomorrow night with overnight lows of about 77. The big news here is what's happening with winds. You could see winds up to about 14, 15 miles an hour over the next couple of days. Saturday, gusts as high as 22 miles an hour under mostly sunny skies. With a heat index, it'll feel like 94 today. 20% chance of rain. And what have we got here? Sunset tonight is going to be at 5:53. Watch the sunrise. Still not forecast to go up for another 20 minutes or so. 6:32, 6:33 for sunrise this morning. I know it's taking you some time, but if you need some kind of an inspiration to get you started here today, how about this? It's a picture of our beloved Bob Klitsky, mustache, and it's back to mustache wisdom, unless this is an old picture. And
looks like he's about to rip his head off.
Doesn't he?
Yeah.
And in that, the other guy in the picture, for those of you that don't know, that's...
Don't do it, Ray.
Peter Santos.
Thank you, sir.
And there you have it. I'll leave that up on the screen while you ponder your life here on a Thursday morning at 6:13. News and weather together brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for 68 years.
This holiday season at the Micronesia Mall, shop and redeem receipts totaling $10 or more. Scratch and win for a chance at instant prizes from Burger King or Foot Locker. Or receive a grand prize entry form for our drawing on February 4th for a chance to win a new Lexus UX 250 Hybrid from Atkins Kroll Lexus. 10 lucky runners-up will get $250 gift certificates from Goodwin Travel and Tour for tickets to Philippine Airlines. Shop more, win more this holiday season at the Micronesia Mall. Follow us on Facebook and Instagram for more information. Terms and conditions apply.
Farewell, ANZ Bank. You've been an excellent corporate citizen for 30-plus years. And yes, we're competitors, but we're sorry to see you go. Now let us address the bank's customers. Bank Pacific's arms are wide open to accept your banking needs, whether it be to handle your savings, commercial checking, merchant business, or consumer or commercial loan needs. We're open on Saturdays in 4 convenient locations and have excellent online banking services. And we're staying, for as you might know, where others put branches, we place roots. Equal Opportunity Lender, member FDIC.
I got you. Portions of the program brought to you by the guys over at APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, and the team over at NutriWays, a long and healthy life. That's what they want for you, and they've got all the tools that they need to get things going. Let me see here. You can reach them, second floor of the Daily Plaza building in Datadoo, or call 864-7867. That's 671-864-7867.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
No, just follow it all the way down to the Mad Mel's, and tomorrow it used to be in the corner of Payless, and then turn around and come right back to Mad Mel's in Agania. That's the way it was back in the old days, back in the cruise. I got the cruise in Santa Maria Camelin here this morning, starting about 7 o'clock, and I got to get this out here. It's an important word. Please drive with extra caution today, as road crews will be removing medians on Route 1, Tumon Lane near East-West Rental, and Sunday, the 11th, trimming trees in the downtown Agutnia area near the Bank of Hawaii, starting at 9 o'clock in the morning. Why are they doing this?
Oh, yeah.
You don't know.
I do.
You don't know. You're making it up. You're just,
Man, they're moving something big.
They're moving something big down the roadways, and it's going to be such a big and wide load. When I say wide load, what do you think of? Who in the 36-1 legislature are you thinking of when I say wide load? Real Joe? Hey.
No one.
Too early? Is that am I destroying the peace and the sanctity of the Feast of the Immaculate Conception? Sorry about that. At any rate, so they're going to be taking a wide load down the road. And they need to remove some medians, and apparently there's tree trimming in the forecast as well. You want more information, because this is not the only time they're going to be doing this. PowerOnTheMove.org will get you more information. All of this stuff's going to start taking place around 9 o'clock in the morning. Dusan Ukadu Power, powering forward. Check this out. There's even a tagline on this. Dusan Ukadu Power, powering forward. You're still stuck on that wide load thing, aren't you?
Yeah.
It's going to be it's in your head now. You're not going to be able to get it out. 6:17 in the morning. Hey, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled as usual to be here with you, even more so on a Thursday, and a peculiar Thursday given recent times, because this particular Thursday, 4-hour Ray Gibson Show.
Oh, wow.
That's the program note. There's no jury duty today because there ain't no court work today. There's it's just me and Joe and Donna, and I don't know who else might be working. A lady at 911, and maybe the cops on the road, ambulance guys, fire guys, first responders, roadblocks. It's just going to be us here today, and the guys obviously that are going to be pulling out the median on Marine Corps Drive. Just don't put it back. Don't put it back. Can I just be one of those guys that says, do we really need all of those medians? If we put it back, can we put it back so that it makes sense? I mean, this is one of my least favorite things about these medians, especially the ones over at turning intersections, is somebody thought it would be a great idea, and you can still see that they got a couple of these down in Tumon, where it kind of looks like a comma, you know what I mean? Where it's got this big head on one side that blocks the entire turn lane, and then it opens up, and it gives you a little tiny sliver of a median, and you use that. So what happens when traffic gets heavy is traffic now cannot go in that turn lane, so it
big dogging out.
Clogs it, big dogging out. It's dogging out. It clogs the inside lane
Yeah.
and slows traffic down for everybody because, it'd be great if we had this little, 10 by 10 piece of an island and we can do something with it. Like, I don't know, leave it as a spot for beggars and the guys that, out there touting or whatever it is that
you're
they're
right.
doing.
The smaller real estate, the better.
Smaller the real estate, the better. So and if we
can hang out
if we
there.
don't need it, then don't bother putting it back when it's all done. Now, people are going to say, well, Ray, those things are there for the safety of the vehicles, to keep travel that they're going 60 miles an hour north and they travel 60 miles an hour going
Federal
south.
guidelines, Ray.
I know. It's in the Constitution. But it's in the Organic Act. That's why we made it like that. It's very islandy when you do it like that. Anyway, 6:19 in the morning. Real Joe gets the phone when you call it 888-8255. 888-TALK is the telephone number around here. 797-8255 is the meme machine. And, we've got a guy here. And his nickname on the actual WhatsApp is Meme Machine Plain Boy. Not Playboy, Plain Boy. His RL real life name is Keith. And Keith is turning 70 years old today. Happy birthday to you, buddy.
Happy birthday,
from
man.
me and Lena and the entire staff and all the listeners. I appreciate that. He always sends in some interesting things. I want to say there's a significant percentage of memes that he sends to us that we can actually run on the air that aren't filthy. And I want no, because there's other guys. There's other guys that send me pictures.
Oh, yeah, wow.
Hey, Ray, hubba, look at this.
God, erase it right away.
And I'm going, man, I can't do anything with this except share it with Joe. So...
Thank you.
But Meme Machine Playboy, happy 70th birthday. He's been around with us since about the beginning, and I want to say thank you very much for enriching our lives on a daily basis. I hope you have a great 70th birthday, and maybe Lena will take pictures of the dogs and send them up in your direction. There is a sad piece of news that I got wind of yesterday. Keena McCausland reached out to me yesterday afternoon, and she told us the other day that Ton Duk Duk was sick in hospital. And apparently things took a turn for the worst. And Ton Duk Duk has passed away up in the upper left-hand corner of the United States of America. I hope he had the theme playing. I hope he had, the Facebook Live playing. He was always one of the guys that checked in and said, Ton Duk Duk in the house.
He was there every morning.
Party
ready
out.
for some fun.
Exactly. And it's terrible to hear that he has passed. But I hope he's not in any kind of pain. Prayers, if you got a minute or two this morning while you're doing your novena to Santa Maria Carmelin, include maybe a couple of prayers or two for him and all the other folks that unfortunately ain't around here but might be suffering at the hands of some kind of malady. 21 after the hour, and Donna D is going to take care of news and headlines on a terrific... She's sitting around going, why are we here? There's no reason for us to be here. There's no reason that there should be talk radio. There's no actual news going on. We're going to retread all of the different news and the stories that have been playing for the last couple of days, like the newspapers playing tag on who's going to be running. No, I gotta say this. I gotta. So Donna D is going to go, oh, God, here he goes again. So Donna D has the unfortunate... Real Joe is in the other room and doesn't hear me rehearsing, if you will, sometimes the thoughts that are in my head that pop out. So Donna D, on the other hand, is right next to me. And so when I have a brain fart, I say it out loud. It's my form of rehearsal during the break and news and stuff like that. And so she gets to hear the first draft of my riff. And so she has to sit through this all over again. But I do want to point out, when I picked up my newspaper this morning, yeah. Oh, that. Okay, now, no worries. It's joke number 4 from this morning. All right, so I usually pick up the Guam Daily Post is already here when I get in the office. This morning, went over to the Shell gas station, picked up my Mr. Brown and my vitamin water and my PDN. Because screw the subscription price.
And it was there, right?
And it was there. And first of all, it was there. Second of all, it's in color. Third of all, hey,
all the inserts fell out.
Is that Annette Ada Vasquez in the front page of today's Pacific Daily News? Yes, and there's 2 other pictures of her on the inside as well. I couldn't be happier. But anyway, so here's the thing. I put the 2 newspapers on my desk side by side. And ladies and gentlemen, the Pacific Daily News has gone back to the broadsheet format.
Oh, nice.
I know. I feel like, this is a special day in media on Guam. and it was fat with insertions and stuff like that. And I will tell you, because I love competition. I love, except when it's radio competition. That sucks, because I hate it when there's other guys that are trying to take over Pika's Best or whatever. But when there's other competition in the media, I'm all about that. I think that's great. So I don't know if you've noticed lately, but I'm a subscriber to the email blast or the text blast that PDN has, and for a long time it seems like they were just kind of okay, we'll send a text out, maybe it's big enough to send. But now they're texting a lot more stories on a daily basis, a lot more stories on a daily basis, and they're taking advantage of a reader touch point that the other guys don't have. And I'm going thumbs up. Great competitive move there, PDN. So like I said, they apparently got their printing issues taken care of. They're back in color, broadsheet format, and they are now, I would say, competitive with the Guam Daily Post. For a long time, Guam Daily Post was kicking the crap out of PDN. They'd have stories.
Possible Blue Star.
Yeah, they'd have stories in like the Monday Post that PDN wouldn't cover until like Wednesday, Thursday, right?
Yeah.
But now I want to say they're about neck and neck. Yesterday, PDN had the deal on Evan Montville Cohen's, 7 years worth of sentencing. Today, the Post has that. So I think things are rapidly changing in the print media landscape here on Guam. Now, if both of those could just, I'm not going to say get rid of all the lefty stuff that you guys are running, but maybe add more conservative approaches, conservative editorials, conservative features, maybe even news from more conservative media outlets out there. I know there's only one or two, but include some of that stuff, because I'm tired of reading retreaded stuff from the Washington Post and Associated Press and NBC News and all this lefty crap. Come on, why do I have to put up with that? You read the thing. I think Elon Musk is a hero to freedom and our republic. But man, I know.
You're high blood.
I know. Oof. Get dizzy just talking about this. But let me say, finally, kudos to the guys over at the Pacific Daily News for reviving. You're getting your mojo back, you guys. You're getting your mojo back. And I, for one, as a consumer of print media on Guam, I'm going to say, keep it up, you guys. And if you're at the Guam Daily Post and you're hearing this and going, wow, I thought you liked us better. You know what? I do. I love you both like a parent, but I want to see both of you excel. So get your butts in gear, and true competition among the journalists in this community is only going to be good for everybody, and that might end up being kind of a theme for what we're doing around here. 626 Ray Gibson shows introduced you, and now the only thing I got to do is introduce these guys over here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name.
All mojo here.
And they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name.
I'm on to you guys at Shell.
Go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Right on 627. As I said, I'm on to you guys over at Shell. There's two kinds of orange vitamin water at the gas stations. I know, and you go, oh, you must be rich. You're drinking vitamin water. No, it's sacrifices that I make. I'm showering in cold water these days so I can afford the vitamin water. But there's two oranges. There's one that is Rise, which tastes like concentrated Sunny D, as in yuck.
Ooh.
What's all that chalky crap in there? Knock it off. And then there's my favorite, which is the Essential. But it's early in the morning. Don't have my glasses on or something like that. So I just kind of reach for the orange one and go, yeah, that looks like the one I got. And what I think is happening now, and Jim, I want you to look into this. I'm talking about Jim Bigley, #1 guy on Guam for the IP&E company. I want you to look into this. There needs to be a dedicated row for Essential and a dedicated row for Rise, and never the two shall meet. One row Essential, one row Rise. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You can make me CEO if you want to. It's 6:28 in the morning. All right, #1 on the list here, I got Dennis Benzer.
Wow, DB back in the house?
Who wordled in 5 this morning.
Oh, wow.
It was tricky. It was tricky. I wordled in 3. I wordled in 3. But I will say this. I wordled in 3, and I changed my start word. I usually use water, W-A-T-E-R. Like I need to spill water for this crowd, right? As in scotch and water. But today I changed it to wafer because it's a holy day, and I might go to Mass and get the wafer of communion. So I changed it to wafer. And 3 of the letters in wafer were exactly where they were supposed to be. And that's all I'm going to say about that, because you might be listening and go, "Oh, I might be able to get I might be able to get Wordle in 3." With that clue there, you might be able to get Wordle in 2. So go for it. Let me see. Chris Watson, Dennis. Wait. Dennis is there. Mark Anthony, Stephen Klein, real guy. Real Joe.
Real. Morning, Stephen.
Online here, I got Chris Watson saying good morning. Ismail Velez in his early morning editorial part says, wow, the Navy didn't just raise its age limit to 41 to join, but also lowered the ASVAB score to the 10th percentile. National average ASVAB score is a 31, and it's not high enough to allow people to qualify for jobs in the Navy or Air Force. By dropping the ASVAB score to 10 and raising the age to 41 means that we will have the oldest and dumbest Navy.
Morning, Chief.
We'll be making history as the only armed service collecting Social Security. That's cool. Jay Nauta is there. Big man Rico Blancafor, who I love. Rico Blancafor sent me a picture of his beetle nut tree yesterday and said, how's your beetle nut situation, Gib? And I'm like, you know what? I can last for a couple more weeks. Leave those on the tree. Make sure nobody comes and steals them, and then we'll talk in a couple more weeks. John Ray Taitano, Buenos Aires, J.B. Sinekel is going to give us a countdown in a minute. M.T. Farron, Nick Perlowski, there's the countdown. 16 days, 17 hours or so away from Christmas morning. Carl Meyer aboard the Herodot. He might be sending in some sunrise pictures, depending on where he is and what time sunrise is in his time zone. I got Lena McDaniel online. Jay Rojas, no way. Nice. Mark Anthony going, okay, Mr. Brown, Black Edition. Yes, that's the one that I have.
Fancy.
I've been trying not to drink so much of this. You know, it's my theory that, you don't need to have as much, it's like one molecule of caffeine should be good enough to, like, wake you up and get things going. But there are some mornings where you wake up and you go, okay, I want more. I don't want water. I'm not ready for the orange juice yet. Maybe just another thing of the Mr. Brown. And the one that I drink is only 70 calories.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, like you care about my caloric intake. But anyway, Manny and Ning Regis are there. Let me see. Tattoo Shauna already watching online. Nice. Good to see you. Are you working today, Tattoo Shauna? Because I think there might have been, I'm almost positive there was one customer going, yeah, I know it's a day off, but you really should be taking me. You really should be tattooing me on your day off. Yeah. Yep. With a big sign in the front says, we reserve the right to refuse service to anybody at any time. And go ahead and live that. Greetings and good morning from the Herodot, cruising the northern islands, back in the 670 into Hapon. Okay, Jose Tetpahago, Ed Buenditzo, Hafa Bandit, good to see you. Beautiful Sarita Guren, and the amazing and incredible Brad Wood watching. May Peony is in the mix here this morning. Doesn't look like there's a comment or anything, so I'll make one. Real Joe?
Sure.
Right click. Okay. Charles Craw, good morning to Lonnie Salas, and hello to everybody here. Justin Estacchio, Charles Craw. Let me see. Jarhead Brennan Fausto, Donna D providing some adult supervision. Jerome McDonald saying good morning to you, Donna D. Then say, hey, good morning, Donna D, and Real Joe, and Ray Gibson, and Jerry Roberts. It's just... good morning to you, Donna D. from Jerome McDonald. How about that? Richard Leon, Post Canteen online. You guys got anything going on Feast of the Immac? Is the Lady of Camelin going to be stopping by? The VFW up in Jigo?
Just for a round.
Should be. Right.
One round.
I'm just, you know what? I'm going to buy a ticket. I'm going to buy a ticket to the Queen of Hearts thing because I'm the Queen of Guam. I'm going to buy, but I'm not going to show up on Friday night, so everybody's got a chance to win. Because you just know, Santa Maria Camelin, right? If she bought a ticket, she'd win. She'd win almost $4,000. Elizabeth Mendiola Kitsu, Buenos and Havade, Tim Zedeker, Agnes Marie Cruz, Tommy Bernardo is online. Mike Agolto, good to see Vince Delgado hanging out with us this morning. Tim Lohan, yes, that one, not the other one. I got Mike Grace Blas, Dave Herrera, Eric Chong, Gerald Young, teacher Ronnie Dionaldo online. Thinking about you, Ronnie. PD, the PD, what do you call it? The Christmas thing is going to be coming up soon. Oh, that reminds me. Yeah, I'm not sure if I can make it, but Mayor Alec, Piga's Best.
the best.
Yeah, he wanted me to come by and judge a cookie thing. I don't know if I'm going to be able to. I don't know if I'm going to be able. Maybe one of you guys can go down and do that. But Henry Manglotnia, Steve Love is watching. Real Joe.
It's a real man.
He's a real man.
A lot of love.
With a beautiful woman by his side. I got that. Kenny Williams is there. Joanne Billabay. Nadine Gokwi Palomo. Buenas to you. I got Ron Castro, our favorite guy artist. Francis Ignacio. Gemma Bustamante. Judy Shockley. Annette Ada Vasquez is watching. Did I?
No, that's the famous person on the front page.
Front page of the Guam Pacific Daily News here on Guam. And if you go even further into the island-style pages, there are 2 more pictures of her. And they're absolutely gorgeous pictures. And she's put so much work into the SMK duties that, I'm so glad that she and others are being acknowledged for all the hard work that they do. Beautiful. Annette Ada Vasquez. Lynn Shimizu, good morning to, let me see, Keena McCausland's online. What's that, Gemma? Saying Biba Santa Maria Camelin. Zorts Cabrera and Colin Clark saying, Ryan and Shine, Gov Guam is relying on you. Get up there and do some work, private sector. Pay those taxes. Get that withholding in there. Get that GRT going so that we can continue to give days off to Gov Guam employees. Let me see. Joe Cruz, as in the real Joe Cruz. Underground Dungeon Halloween Store. Rob Salazar. Zoe Kitsu online. James Anderson and Tina Garcia. Alpha Joy Unpinko. John LaRue. Eddie Castro. Jose Tepago Jr. Hey, big girl, back it up. Wobble, wobble. Wobbity, wobbity, wiggly, wiggly.
What?
That's a reference. That's a reference. Yeah. To what I was talking about before. Wide load.
That's right.
Wide load. Back it up, girl. Beep, beep, Put your thing down, flip it and reverse it. Let me see. Kina Winnie Flores watching the program. Half a day to Alex Affligui. And John Babauta, Duenas, Mercy, Wenzel, Bill Petit. Oh, this is great. I got a lot of people that would normally not be chiming in, but, they work for the government of Guam. It's a day off, and so they are checking in to see just how much fun we have here every morning. Lynn Vince, Borja Polino, good to see you there. Ahmed Raza Siedi is there. Looks like Arsenio Babauta has checked in. So has Ron Fej. Oh, Tattoo Sana says, yes, I'm tattooing. I'm never off.
Yeah.
There should be a special day off.
I know the feeling, man.
There should be a special day off. No, because you know why? Because here's what I know about, among the things that I'm learning about Tattoo Shauna, is she's got, skin is just one vehicle for her art. And she's got so many other things that she's really, really good at. And I just worry, with her trying to catch up on all of the tattoo business, that maybe she doesn't have the time that she needs to invest in all of the other kind of arts venues, vehicles that she has. So, take off one of these days and start working on some stuff. Just make you happy. Ron Fej, Marjan Conception, Auntie Liz, Camet Brooks online, John Anthony Ching, or Sing. It's a C-I-N-G. Usually that's Ching, right?
Oh, Sing.
Ooh, okay.
I think it's Sing.
Okay, anyway, Chinese guy?
No.
Snakehead?
Local.
Okay, just checking. And Colin Clark says, Shauna Fujikawa Stickles, I need some wedding bands done.
Oh, wow.
Is that a thing?
I don't know. I don't like the way it would hurt, man.
Ow, that's my bone.
Ow.
I don't have fatty fingers, bro.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on. 888-8255-888-TALK. Not a huge crowd here today. Because, it's the holiday and everything, but I think it's going to be a consistently long viewing crowd here. And you might be wondering, okay, Ray, dazzle us, impress us. Here it is. It would normally be a day off for anybody else. How are you going to kill 4 hours? And the answer is I have no idea. No idea whatsoever. We might reach out and talk to some people on the phone. You might come up with a topic or something like that we ought to be talking about today. But it is the Feast of the Immaculate Conception. And as usual, there's a ton of thoughts that run through my head about this particular holiday. And many of them, surround the idea of being a little boy on Guam and getting all dressed up in our Feast of the Immaculate Conception clothes when I was a young lad at Cathedral Great School.
Oh, yeah.
It was black pants.
Yeah.
And I want to say there was at least one year.
It wasn't brown?
No, not it was khaki was the regular color for the
clip-on tie, Ray?
Oh, of course. Oh my God. yes, clip-on ties. Everybody had a clip-on tie. If you were, depending on what school you went to, you had a clip-on tie with your school emblem on it, little puffing on the logo for the school, like St. Anthony's School. And we go, man, all I had was the bow tie. And these guys coming around here with and the patrol boys with the little blue thing down the side. Man, oh man, oh man. But great memories. And I was lucky. In that when I was growing up, we had somebody in the family that had a movie camera. not just a film regular old still camera. There was a movie camera, 16-millimeter camera.
Oh, wow.
And so there's all these pictures of big sister Shelley and me running around after the Feast of the Immaculate Conception in our best church clothes. And then, of course, the great curiosity when we were little kids of watching the Knights of Columbus.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
The
They got
swords
all
and the
black
feather in the hat.
So they have swords.
Yeah.
How do I get to be
They
one of
look
those
like
guys with a sword? I want to have a
musketeers,
sword.
We
And they
need
were
to bring back the hat with the feathers.
I think they have the hat with the feathery things on. They stopped doing that?
They stopped doing that. They're wearing berets now.
The what?
Wow.
I know, right?
I like the old school ones,
It
man.
seems so wrong. It seems like you're
They're-
not a Knight of Columbus.
Stop changing things. You got to look like Sir
You
Knight.
have to wear that thing.
6:39. Stop changing. Stop changing things. We want to be able to sit there with our grandchildren on our knees and saying, "That's exactly what it looked like when I was a kid. When I was your age, young lad. That was the way we did that." And then the procession all the way around downtown Agutnia, and being able to. It was nice because every once in a while we'd stop at somebody's house that could not participate in the procession, and we'd do a couple of novenas or whatever down at their place, and then get back going. And we'd always end up back at my grandmother and grandfather's house. We'd always end up back at Grandma's over by Mariana Sales, and all of the. It was one of those where all of the Underwoods would show up, all of the Berdalias would show up, all of the Martinezes and the Torreses were all there at the same time. And when it was all said and done, it was the clinking of glasses, which meant, and the laughing, which meant to me that we had gone from the holy and solemn Feast of the Immaculate Conception to just feast and great times listening to all of those old voices that I can hear in my head. Maybe you can hear them in your head as well. 20 away from 7 o'clock in the morning. First look at news and headlines with Donna D right about now. Donna, what happened? What's going on? Anything?
Yes.
Okay.
What was thought to be a teacher promoting abortion pills at JFK was learned to be a student. The flyers circulating on social media of advertisements promoting abortion pills were brought to the attention of the JFK High School administrators, who then immediately launched an investigation. GDOE leadership commended the school's administrative team for addressing the matter swiftly. Meanwhile, the community is mourning the passing of longtime Catholic school teacher and administrator Sister Mary Concepta Meno, who died on November 29 at the age of 92. A daily rosary is prayed at 3:30 via Zoom. Sister Concepta's viewing will be tomorrow afternoon from 2:30 to 5:30 at the Time Mercy Convent Chapel in Mangilaw. Mass of Christian burial will be offered at 11 o'clock this Saturday morning at the cathedral, and with burial to follow at Pigo's Cemetery in Aniqua. And the statue of Guam's patroness, Santa Maria in Camalan, will soon start her tour around the island for the Feast of the Immaculate Conception. The statue will leave the cathedral at 7 o'clock this morning and visit the Catholic churches in Totsu, Mongmong, Sinahanya, and Aganya Heights within that hour. By 8:10, Santa Maria in Camalan will go around Adelup Circle en route to St. Anthony Church in Tumuning. And those are your local headlines on The Point.
All right.
Back to Ray.
Gotcha. 6:41 in the morning. Got this from beautiful Sarita Garin, and it is. I thought I'd heard something about water in the pool up in Datadoo, but I didn't. I've got no way to confirm that because I don't feel like driving up that far. It's out of the way. It's out of the way. I mean, unless I'm going to the mall or something like that. And even then, I got to, whatever. Yeah. So it's okay. So when I pick up my prescriptions over at the drive-through drugstore up there, that's the only time I pass by and even have a chance to see what's going on out there. But she passed by earlier, and it's on the screen right now. This is the pool up in Datadoo, and there is water inside that pool. And I'm wondering if they've had a chance to finally get their inspection. I think that was what had to take place. If I'm reading the stories from a couple of weeks ago, where we'll put some water in the pool, we'll burn everything in, make sure it all works, and then somebody from Public Health, in the Division of Environmental Health, will come by, take a look at it, and then sign everything off, and then we can reopen. And can you imagine? My God, ladies and gentlemen, can you imagine the excitement now over at Adelup, where they're going? Oh yeah. We're able to finally deliver on one of our campaign promises and turn on a swimming pool here on Guam. We used to have more, but they all fail. Now the real miracle we'll call it a Christmas miracle if it happens, is to see if they're going to start putting some kind of, I don't know, water or some kind of other than green liquid in the Agana swimming pool. I don't know if they're still, in progress. What did the sign say over at Agana swimming pool?
Tilapia farming.
Assessment. Caught Johnny a two-line. Assessment in progress. And that's been up there for like 3 months or something like that. And they put it up there to make it look like they were doing something. But I don't know. We'll give them a little bit of credit for putting water in the Dededo swimming pool. And we'll give them a huge amount of credit when they finally come out and when Melissa Savaris, call her, wake her up.
The mayor?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because she's going to know. She'll know everything. I'm speculating based on a story I read in one of the newspapers like 2 weeks ago. But call her and see what she knows about the Dededo thing. And then the other thing that we got to find out is, are they going to let everybody in? Because there was a controversy about 4 or 5 years ago where it was whoever was in charge of the pool or Department of Parks and Rec would reserve the pool for. You could go up there and give them money and say, okay, I want to have a birthday party for Donna and Donna's kid, and then we'll just reserve the whole thing just for them. So people would show up on a Sunday with their kids and their floaties and whatever and go, oh, I want to go to the swimming pool. And they say, oh, no, you can't, because Donna D has already got reservations. And they go, the whole thing? And they go, yeah, for the whole thing. So I want to find, and the mayor had to get involved and slow that thing down. Anyway, 644, Ray Gibson Show, plenty on the way. Stay right there.
It's a holiday sale at American Water Tech in Tamuini. Get the Aquaflow or Hydrotech reverse osmosis drinking water system installed for $785. And that includes one free service, a $260 value, and 1 year limited warranty. There's also the Connecticut home water softener system for $2,975. That includes 2 free services valued at $380 and a 1 year limited warranty. Call American Water Tech at 671-649-2301 or go to their website for more information at www.americanwatertech.com. Sale ends December 30th, 2022.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Guam Regional Medical City is the center of excellence for general and minimally invasive surgeries like colonoscopy, dialysis and vascular access, gallbladder, skin and soft tissue, gastrointestinal tract, hernia repair, spleen, select liver and pancreas diseases, upper endoscopy, and more. Schedule your appointment with GRMC today by calling 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4762. For more information, visit us at grmc.gu.
Okay, got it. It's 646 in the morning, 888-825-588-TALK. I'll put this up on the screen because I want you to get used to this. For virtually the entire month, we'll get information, if you will, on the movements of literally these huge pieces of generator equipment. And this is why you don't want to do this all the time. that is build massive pieces of power generation, because it's heavy and dirty and it's industrial and somebody's going to get hurt and it's going to cause impacts on everybody's lives while it's getting done. But there is good news at the end of this. So poweronthemove.org and the World Wide Web is someplace where you can check in on a regular basis and see what they've got going on. Ooh, get updates. So you can give them your email address and they don't that one there. No, wait. I'll give you another one. You put in your email address and then you click yes, and then you will get notified when they're going to be working. Otherwise, I will give you notifications on the radio. Drive with extra caution today, as road crews will be removing medians on Route 1, Tumon Lane near East-West Rental, and then Sunday, December 11th, they'll be trimming trees in the Agutnya area near the Bang of Hawaii. The fun starts around 9 o'clock. If you want more details, like I said, poweronthemove.org. Doosan, Ukadu Power, powering forward. You want me to make the reference again? I can tell. No, I got it. You want me to make the reference again about they're going to be moving wide, heavy loads. When I say wide, heavy load, Who in the 36th Guam legislature are you thinking of? All right, go ahead and let that linger for a second. Looking at the traffic patterns, northbound Marine Corps Drive, nothing there. Southbound Marine Corps Drive up in Gigo all the way down. There's no traffic today. We are the only one, literally, we are the only ones that are awake and moving around here. I don't see anything on Marine Drive, nothing on 4, nothing on 8, nothing southbound Marine Corps Drive. Even light down at Big Navy. I don't know what time the Blessed Mother is going to be at Big Navy, but I'll see what I can find out. See if we can have, the captains and the ensigns and admirals waiting outside by the front gate, just doing their wave as they make their way into Agate and Santa Rita. 6:48 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. That's enough right now, traffic. I'll be right back.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545, Upper Tumon 671-647-5626, or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
All 3 stations, all 3 morning shows. Thanks to all the listeners for Pika's Best. Choice Broadcasting has swept the top 3 best radio stations. The Point, Boss 104, and Star 101. Top 3 radio personalities, Kyle Mandapat, Ray Gibson, and Daryl Lizama. Put the power of Pika's Best to work for you. If you're an advertiser, call 671-888-7346 for information, rates, and packages. And let us get your message out to Pika's Best listeners with Pika's Best broadcasters. And thanks for listening to Pika's Best. Okay, Donna's checking on things. If you are at Big Navy and Sumai and you'd like to be near the intersection of 1 and 2 when the Blessed Mother passes by, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon or so?
It says 3:45 on
3:45. Okay, well, tell you what, just go to Infusion, sit on the.
Are they open today?
I'm almost positive. Do I need to reach out? I'm going to reach out to people. If you're open, 797-8255 or put something down in Facebook Live because people are going to be sitting around going, I want to go and get something to eat. Who's open on the Feast of the Immaculate Conception? So I'll see what I can find out. I'll check with the coffee wife and see if Infusion is going to be open. But I'm also reaching out to Marcus Fong to find out if they're going to be open today over at Chili's because they've got this incredible bunch of dishes, local favorites are back at Chili's. Denancy glazed roast chicken and ribs. Wow, roast chicken and ribs. Cut and pico wings. Southwest Tinactac. They've got a sizzling stir fry at Chili's. More life and great value happens there.
Real Talk Radio is back. Welcome to The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
Okay, one WhatsApp out of the way. I'll work on the others as we make our way through. 10 away from the top of the hour. 888-8255. 888-TALK is the telephone number. The Feast of the Immaculate Conception is one of the ways that we all find out whether or not, that it's Christmas time. It's one of those. We used to have more, I want to say. You remember there used to be outfit and they'd do this tree thing.
Tree lighting?
Yeah, it wasn't a tree lighting. No, it was always one of the women's groups that were out there, and that was always one of the ways that they lit off Christmas. I'll remember it in a second, or maybe somebody online will give me the name of it.
Sugar plum.
Sugar plum. Thank you. Very good, Real Joe.
Oh, thank you, Ray.
It was the sugar plum
I know
tree.
you think I'm dumb.
I do not think you're dumb. But I'm just saying, but you surprise me.
I know, man.
From time to time. No, it will one of these days be that kind of thing where it'll come down to I cannot possibly know everything. Real Joe, I know what I know, and Real Joe knows what he's knows, but none of us know what each other knows. So if you come up and ask me a question, I'll go, I don't know. That's on Real Joe's list. He knows what the answer to that one is. At any rate, so all right, answer number 1, the infusions are open. Coffee Wife has checked in and said, yes, we are open at the places. So that's the idea. As you go to the infusion and sit around and wait for the Blessed Mother to come way her way down Marine Corps Drive and then up into the Sumai and Santa Rita area.
But since it's a special holiday, are they making po-tarts today?
Okay, hold on a second.
Thanks, Ray.
Hopefully she's listening and will just chime in and say, what are they called? Po-tarts? Yeah. Po-tarts. I'm spelling it P-O-T-A-R-T-S. Po-tarts.
It's good. That's what it is.
Okay, whatever.
It's basically like leche flan and a puff pastry crust.
Oh, I have had those. Yeah.
So good.
I was actually one of the beta testers for that. Hold on.
Lucky.
She's seen the message and will respond one way or the other here in just a moment.
And she's going to say no.
I don't know what. I'm on pins and needles. What's the answer going to be? Will she say yes? Will she say no? All right. But if you're looking for another kind of benchmark besides the Feast of the Immaculate Conception today, the Seroptimists International of the Marianas have got their Christmas brunch fundraiser. It's going to be taking place Sunday, Nico's Tossie Ballroom from 11 until 2. All kinds of stuff going to be going on. And again, I got to make this this pitch for Crystal Koga. They're looking for male models. Aren't they always? Yeah. Do you have anything you want me to model? No, we just want to look at you. Just want to look at you. Let's. Can you take your shirts off? Okay. I've got Thursday is for pecan tarts. Is what she sent to me here today. I'll get that up on the screen here. Remind me. Well, I'll eventually get around to doing something that feels like news. Don't worry. At any rate, that is news, right? So it's pecan tarts over at the Infusion today. Who's on it? Who's that?
It's Tony Diaz from the Archdiocese.
Is he going to give me a hard time?
No.
No, I've been good, right?
No, he heard you were evil.
I've been reverent. I've been reverent on the subject. Tony Diaz, Buenos and Alpha Day, big day for Catholics here on Guam, the Feast of the Immaculate Conception, and the I don't want to call it a drive-through procession, and it's not a motorcade. There's other ways that you guys have described it, but getting ready to light things off in a few minutes, huh?
Yeah, well, the statue left the Cathedral Basilica at 7. Or scheduled to.
Scheduled to at 7.
Yes, I'm going ahead of Mother Mary. I'm actually stationed here at the Nuestra Senora de las Aguas, Our Lady of Waters, in Muang Muang.
Mm-hmm.
The statue's scheduled to come here at about 7:20. So it's just really exciting. Now I know you're one of the critics of, hey, why this again? And
no. You know what? I don't want to be I don't like change. I mean, I'm never fond of change. But I got to say that this kind of excites me because I think that there are going to be a lot of people through the course of the day that will enjoy, and I think she will be before more people. Because not everybody does the procession, but I mean, it doesn't take a whole lot to get out open the door of the house and stand outside and wait for her to pass by.
Yeah, and for example, in the South, right? Wow, where the people just literally face the water and the small road, and it's still pretty pristine there. It's just incredible. And then the people in Maritzo, they say, "Welcome back home," right? Because that they consider Santa Maria Camelin, the statue, being discovered there.
Right.
It's just really touching. We thank everyone who's part of this and the people who are out there. We thank you too, Ray, because one of the things we could always count on in this time of year is you talk about it and promote it and talk about your time as a altar boy at Cathedral.
Yeah.
Or were you an altar boy or just...
I was an altar boy. I was a knight of the altar, man. I might still have somewhere in my mom's storage, I might still have the little book that they gave you. And it was great, real joke, because it was a little tiny book that they gave to the altar boys with the little pin that you would put on your cassock, and then in the book it would give you this is how you go from becoming being altar boy all the way up to being the Pope. There's a straight line that you could do if you wanted to. You said altar boy, and then you work up to a Monsignor, and then you full on Father, and then the assistant what do they call this? Not the Archbishop, is like a deputy
deacon. I always wanted to be a deacon.
Deacon, cardinal. Right.
Yeah,
I mean,
cardinal.
so it had the whole progression, and my father used to refer to me as His Holiness because I'd get like super into it when I was a kid. So much fun. But yeah, and as I said, this is one of those. It's one of the kind of hallmarks. It's a milestone that reminds us that we are in Advent.
Yeah, and the elements of this commemoration of the Feast of the Immaculate Conception, the music, the soothing music, the many Marian hymns, and just having people get together, and the sights of families, entire families along the road on their pickup trucks, or standing there, or sitting in the chairs waving. It promotes family, and it promotes a time of peace. we do need that, right? And so, yeah, we're always excited about this. We're going to return to the island-wide procession one day soon, I'm sure. But this has kind of become a new tradition, another way to commemorate our mother, and who always points to God and just says, be an example of my devotion to God. So,
why can't we do both at some point? I mean, there's plenty of days in a year, and there's plenty of days for which we provide reverence to Santa Maria Cumberland.
James, but I would say that's not out of the question, because a lot of people have said, I love this. I love that she comes to us. My mom cannot come down there. So if enough people mention that, who knows? I'll mention that again to Mr. James. I'm sure people have said that to him, and as the main caretaker.
So Polly James is the one that we have to harass here. He's there. There it is. Well, he's busy today, so I won't bug him. But I know all kinds of people that have his ear and might be able to help tell that story. I appreciate your time here this morning, and we will, as the morning progresses, for as long as we're on the air, let people know where they might be able to line up next to go and be in the presence of our Holy Mother.
Thank you so much for that.
Welcome, amigo.
God bless everyone.
I'll talk to you pretty soon. I get all misty because I get these really groovy feelings about all of that stuff. Okay, now getting back to apparently what is the most important thing this morning. It's not Potarts today. Coffee Wife says Monday, Wednesday, Friday is Potarts. Tuesday and Thursday is pecan pie tarts. So that's what you can find over at the Infusions this morning. Grab a bag of those things and whatever your favorite coffee confection is, and sit and wait for the Blessed Mother to come by your place. We're closing in on seconds before the top of the hour. Fox News Live is coming up. Donna D is going to be taking care of news and headlines and plenty more. Jerry Roberts has got a very special extra point. You know, anytime we bring the guy in and Our Lady of the Santa Maria Cumberland, it's going to be a special extra point. And that's all ahead. The radio station is KUSG Agutya 93.3. We are Pika's best. This is The Point.
December's moving fast on Capitol Hill. Elisa Brady, Fox News. Congress has 9 days left to avoid a partial government shutdown. The White House budget chief involved in those talks says the administration also looks ahead to January, when Republicans take over the House.
This past almost 2 years, there were more than 200 pieces of legislation that the president signed into law that were bipartisan. So it is possible to get things done.
Spokeswoman Camille Jean-Pierre also says the president will keep fighting to reform gun laws, whether it's in the remaining weeks of the lame duck Congress or beyond. She is not confirming a possible federal ban on TikTok after a handful of states started to ban the popular app on state government devices over national security concerns stemming from the app's Chinese owner. The White House says a review is ongoing. A former police officer and the city of Grand Rapids are being sued, accused of excessive force over the death of a black man in Michigan.
Patrick Leoya was shot and killed after a traffic stop last April. Lawyers laid out their case, saying then Officer Christopher Schur profiled Leoya and deviated from training to subdue him, as attorney Van Johnson implies.
The law provides a police officer is absolutely required to use as little force as possible.
Attorney Ben Crump also represents the Leoya family.
You should not be sentenced to death for a traffic stop.
This civil suit is announced as Schur prepares to stand trial for second-degree murder.
Fox's Gernal Scott. A mixed finish on Wall Street. Just barely as the numbers settle, the Dow up just a fraction after the closing bell. The S&P and the Nasdaq both lower in a mostly lower session overall. Oil prices, meantime, sliding under $73 a barrel. America is listening to Fox News.
Guam Regional Medical City is the center of excellence for general and minimally invasive surgeries like colonoscopy, dialysis and vascular access, gallbladder, skin and soft tissue, gastrointestinal tract, hernia repair, spleen, select liver and pancreas diseases, upper endoscopy, and more. Schedule your appointment with GRMC today by calling 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4762. For more information, visit us at grmc.gu.
Now at your favorite Burger King locations, the new Ghost Pepper Whopper. Our Ghost Pepper Whopper is made with a quarter-pound flame grilled beef, spicy queso sauce, crispy bacon, ghost pepper cheese, crispy jalapenos on a warm orange bun with black sesame seeds. See if you can handle the heat of the new Ghost Pepper Whopper. Make it a meal with french fries or jalapeno bites and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Now available for a limited time only at participating Burger King locations. Tumon Bay, Agатya, Micronesia Mall, and Airport. You rule.
Officials in Hawaii mark a day that lives in infamy.
Local leaders, military members, and Pearl Harbor survivors gathering at the scene of the Japanese bombing to remember and honor those killed 81 years ago.
Your legacy will never be forgotten, and we salute you.
Rear Admiral Stephen Barnett. The ceremony sponsored by the Navy and the National Park Service.
We can continue to honor those who served and sacrificed by sharing the diverse stories and history related to the events from before, during, and after December 7th.
Tom Leatherman, superintendent of the Pearl Harbor National Memorial. More than 2,400 Americans were killed during the 1941 attack, launching the U.S. into World War II.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin. A voter-approved gun law in Oregon gets caught between two court rulings.
Oregon Attorney General Ellen Rosenblum's office Wednesday appealing to the state's Supreme Court. That's after a ruling by a Harney County judge that threw the implementation of Measure 114 in limbo.
When people show up on the 8th to ask to start the process for the permit to purchase, we're not going to have applications. We're not going to have systems in place.
Chris Skinner talking to Fox 12 Oregon. He's the president of the Oregon Association of Chiefs of Police. The voter-approved Measure 114 bars the sale of high-capacity magazines and restructures how permits for firearms are obtained in Oregon.
Fox's Matt Napolitano. The ruling blocking the law came after a federal judge ruled the magazine ban could take effect, but with a 30-day hold on a permit-to-purchase requirement. Meantime, a new law banning high-capacity magazine sales is put to the test. In Washington state, the state attorney general now suing a gun shop, saying it unlawfully sold those magazines to investigators during a compliance operation, the first sting operation. Just 2 stores out of 25 across the state that were tested failed. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Half a day, Guam. Chili's is going local and adding new items to the menu. All your Guam favorites with the Chili's twist. Hear and taste the excitement of Chili's sizzling stir fry. Made with your choice of chicken, beef, or shrimp, and everyone's favorite Chili's signature fajita sauce. Or put your taste buds to the test with the heat of the Denancy glazed roast chicken or the fall off the bone tender St. Louis ribs. Try all these dishes and more at Chili's. More life and great local favorites happen here.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
News this hour is brought to you by the friendly and hardworking folks at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, Lolita, and their team of professionals. Contact Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs. Call 671-989-0008 or email hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They are located at 426 Chelan San Antonio, Suite 204, Timoning, and open Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. till 4 p.m. Hoffaday Realty thanks you for your support in Pica's Best of 2022.
Off a day at 7:06. I'm Donna DeJesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. A car, gun, and ammunition were confiscated, and 2 men faced charges after conservation officers and military officials made a traffic stop on Route 3A. Although the incident occurred on November 23, a Department of Agriculture report about the incident was released just yesterday. It happened at 1:15 in the morning when Guam conservation officers with the Department of Agriculture were conducting a joint enforcement operation with the 36th Security Force Squadron from Anderson. The team stopped a gray Nissan Sentra And officers identified 43-year-old Joshua S.R. Wolford and 21-year-old Kendrick J. Beneventi inside the vehicle. Security forces officers located a shotgun in the vehicle and found ammunition in the air conditioning vent and in Wolford's pocket. When the officers patted down Beneventi, they found a glass pipe with suspected drug residue. Officers confiscated the vehicle, the shotgun, 2 unexpended shotgun rounds, 2 operational flashlights, and a glass pipe with suspected residue. Meanwhile, former Senator and Tall Tales host Bob Klitsky is taking issue with the reactions from the port on his FOIA requests. Port General Manager Rory Respicio claimed it was disconcerting that the agency received messages from Klitsky saying the port's responses to the demands were in violation of local law. Respicio challenged Klitsky to take him to court and have a judge say he is not complying, adding, "He doesn't get to say that I'm not complying and using it for his own political agenda." Klitsky, who is also an attorney and former judge, requested for records related to a settlement between the port and Frank San Nicolas, a port officer who was reinstated with back pay following a settlement of his CSC case. San Nicolas was initially terminated when charged with criminal sexual conduct, but was given his job back after he was found not guilty in 2 separate trials. Klitsky was looking for records to explain how a $40,000 attorney's fee figure, which was also paid out in San Nicolas's settlement, was calculated and justified. More news after this.
Half a day. Burger King fans rejoice. The new Italian Royal Crispy Chicken is now available. Crispy white meat breast filet topped with warm marinara sauce. Melty mozzarella cheese on a toasted brioche bun. Top this off with jalapeno bites and a refreshing Coke Zero. Of course, like all good things, the Italian Royal Chicken will only be available for a limited time. Happy holidays from your friends at BK in Tumon Bay, Hagåtña, the Micronesia Mall, and the airport. You rule.
Measures that create additional protections for children and victims of sexual assault or abuse have been placed on file for later voting in the legislature's final session. Bill 314 would establish a protection order for victims of stalking. Bills 312 and 313 would respectively maintain the safety and basic needs of victims or minor children and establish a protection order for victims of non-consensual sexual conduct. Yesterday, the legislature took up Bill 299, which would require Child Protective Services to make reasonable efforts to preserve and reunify families prior to placing children in foster care. The measure was added to the list of bills awaiting voting. Bill 334 was also placed on file for voting and would adopt rules and regulations for child placement agencies. Bill author Speaker Therese Terlahi says the standards were modeled after Arizona's requirements. She adds that Arizona, much like Guam, is a gateway area where vulnerable populations are at high risk for human trafficking. Lawmakers are expected to return to session tomorrow. And industry experts say inflation that drives up the cost of living and difficulty in finding workers to fill jobs, especially when tourism rebounds strongly, will likely persist on Guam in 2023. ASC Trust President David John says outside of tourism, a big concern is inflation on the average worker's paycheck, purchasing power, and staffing. John, who's also GITA's board chairman, expects inflation to continue into 2023 and 2024, saying the best case is inflation of 3 to 5% by the end of next year. Prices of food, power, gas, housing rental, prescription drugs, and other common consumer items on Guam went up by 53% in the third quarter of 2022 compared to a year ago. Labor Director David Della Sola says jobs are available on Guam, but employers are challenged with finding employees with the right skills and knowledge. Unemployment rate fell to 4.8% in June of this year after reaching as high as 16.5% in March of last year because of the COVID-19 pandemic. The Labor Department has been beefing up programs to upskill and retrain workers so they could get into higher paying jobs. And those were your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
I got you. There are other voices out there in the global financial community that are looking at things, maybe looking for a softer landing. More on that in a couple of minutes. Mostly sunny, highs near 87 degrees today. Winds out of the east up to 14 miles an hour. Tonight, isolated showers, partly cloudy skies, and overnight lows of about 77 degrees. A little bit breezy over the next few days as well. Mostly sunny between Friday and Saturday. No long-range forecast into Sunday. We'll check that tomorrow. Heat index today going to feel like, let me see, 94 degrees, 20% chance of rain. Rip current warnings have been extended through Sunday. Now, they were supposed to expire on Friday afternoon at 6, but it's just too much windy weather out there, and that's driving a whole lot of rip currents on the eastern side, but it generally can be dangerous anytime you're away over the reef, so be careful out there. Sunset tonight at 5:53. Sunrise this morning was at 6:32. Got some great pictures of the sunrise up in Dededo that Sarita took as she was taking pictures of the water in the pool at Dededo. Hey, they're going to be swimming up there before too much longer. It's 7:13. There it is, news and weather together on The Point.
Happy holidays, Guam. From now through January 13th, the Guam Visitors Bureau is giving you a chance to win $150 in cash just by sharing your Christmas spirit. Each week, GBB will announce the theme of the week, so take your best photo or video and upload to visitguam.com/Instagram to enter for a chance to win $150 in cash. Winners will be announced every Friday. Brought to you by GVB, making Guam a better place to celebrate this season of giving.
Pacific Points is turning 2 years, and we're giving away 2 million points. Imagine what you could do when you win up to 2 years worth of free Shell fuel, foodies products, or rebates on your IT&E bill. Receive entries into our monthly and grand prize drawings when you sign up for Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points at Shell, foodies, and IT&E when you refer your friends, and more. Go to PacificPoints.com for details and see more ways to enter. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
7:13, Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the team over at GRMC, Guam Regional Medical City. They are your healthcare partners.
Any speaker, anytime. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
7:14, Ray Gibson Show, and it's not just me, and it's not just me and Joe and Donna and Jerry. It's a whole bunch of people that contribute to the program one way or the other. And you'd be surprised. You go, well, but are they sending in memes on the thing? Well, yeah, you can do that. Or you can just type something into Facebook Live or the YouTube Live, and I check on those things on a regular basis just to see what everybody is talking about on the two different platforms that we've got here. And what do we got? Facebook side, John Anthony Ching. I got Francis Duffy, Dave Lessard, Patrick A., and Martha Toves checking in, Brennan Fausto, and Michael A. Merfallen. Charles Craw went from Knights of Columbus to Knights Templar with the Raspberry Berets. Joe and Goko, Ruben Mortera, Hava, Anna Lizama, Big Sister Shelley wondering if her pool is going to be inspected. I think it was. Was it not inspected the other day?
The pool?
At the Crown Plaza.
I'm not sure, man.
So they've got this incredible infinity pool.
Yeah.
You're going, they put an infinity pool behind the old Fiesta?
Yes.
I mean, usually that's something that you put on top of a high rise like they've got over at the Riga, but they did, and it's gorgeous. And it's got all these things that look like it's a fun place to go and sit and play and put your drink down and stuff like that. But there's so many, you can't use it yet until somebody comes by and the government of Guam blesses it. Danny Rasal is I think there's too much of the government of Guam blessing crap around here, and it's just holding businesses up. Can we talk? Where's Uncle Carl? Oh, crap, he's still in Korea. Never mind. Jeff Pleadwell's online, and I got a note from Jeff this morning, and I'll put this up on the meme machine so you can see him. One of my favorite guys is going to be in town over the weekend. Might already be here. I don't know for sure. Don Farrell is going to be in town, and he's going to be autographing books. The book in particular is Liberation 1944. I got copies of this. This does a great job of talking about the Second World War and how it got started for us. And in fact, today is that day. It was December 7th, the day that will live in infamy, the Japanese sneak attack at Pearl Harbor. But that wasn't the only place that they did their attack meant. On this side of the date line, Guam, Philippines, all up and down Indonesia, places that didn't quite make the headlines. They knew that the Guam and the Philippines got knocked out by the Japanese in the same day, but they just didn't make a big deal about it because it would have diluted the impact of saying they have attacked our base at Pearl Harbor. If they had said they'd attacked our base at Pearl Harbor and the little one that we had on Guam down in Sumai and the one in the would have diluted the impact of the sneak attack. So they were pretty focused on just the one thing. At any rate, so Don Farrell's going to be at Pirates Cove on Saturday, starting at noon. So I will be there. starting at noon on Saturday, because I think Don is one of the most incredible guys in the world, and has done so much to chronicle the history of this region better, I think, than anybody else has, and continues to write. So when you're there getting your Liberation 1944 book autographed, ask him about some of the other things. Now, you can also bring your other books, and I've got, I think, all of his books that have to do with Guam from 1898, 1899, all the way through, and I may bring all of those to get a signature on those. I would suggest that you do as well. Who else is playing around online, just real quick here before we get into anything else? Anne-Marie Damian Cruz, EOD Kaboom. Real Joe, what do we know about EOD, guys? And never mind. Hot Wives. Thank you very much. Scott K. Armstrong, Jenny Tau, Drew Tenorio, Dave Duenas. Not that one, the other one. Martin Mendoza, Julie Ann Santos, Naomi Taitano. Let me see. Ariola Sill, Nate Horn, Joanne. It says just Joanne is watching. All right, Dennis Larson, the B-Man, is there. Tattoo Shauna talking about the tarts, and I don't know if she's talking about the pecan pie tarts or the po-tarts over at Infusion, but she says they're delicious, nom, nom, nom. Cecile Suda and Joe Jerry. Tricia Santos Baker is there. Real Joe.
Right click.
Thank you. Millie Indelatio online. I got Sandra Regis, Thomas Meyerhofer. Oh, it's Tom from over at Crown.
Morning.
He knows we're talking about him.
Yeah.
Bro, hey. So we were thinking there was a crew. They want to get together one of these days, and they want to leave. Yeah, they want to go from here, like after we're done with the point, and just show up there like at 10:30 or something like that, and kind of take over. I want to wait until the pools are completely open.
Who's that handsome Italian chef they got down there? Luigi?
Gennaro.
Gennaro is
down there. This is going to cook me up some bread.
I want to get that sourdough.
Oh, the sourdough
that
is
was so
bomb-ass.
good.
That, if for no other reason, go down there, take a look around, and see where Gennaro is keeping all of his sourdough. Tracy Limpiaco Perez. Tracy Perez Limpiaco. Manny Regis. Bertha Maza Cruz. Rick San Augustine. Wen Roy. Hey, sexy. Good to see you online. Dan Hippolito. Greg Baz Knight. Army Lynn. Hey, sexy. Online here this morning. Kat Tyron. John Santos. Louise Taitagui. And Ismail says, "Aye, Rory. 4 groups know the law better than anyone. Those who write it, those who challenge it, those who enforce it, and those who apply it. When a person that fits 3 of 4 says you're doing something against the law, keep your pie hole shut." No doubt reference to a story with Bob Klitsky's name all over it. And we'll see if we can get a little bit more of a yeoman's tale on that before too much longer. Who's on the phone?
That's the judge, sir.
Already?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I would have told him to call back later, but he's a judge.
Well, you don't tell him what to do. You don't do one of those.
No.
Take it to court and let's see what the judge says, which is one of the issues here that is brought up in today's Guam Daily Post, where they, for the second day in a row, have got a substantial amount of editorial and news ink dedicated to Bob Klitsky. Good morning, Your Honor. How you doing?
Hey, doing great, Ray.
You know, it's a beautiful picture of you and Peter Santos online here this morning.
Yeah, double vision, right?
Sorry, that laugh. Oh my God. So there are quite a number of column inches dedicated to the story about Rory, written by Philly and Guerrero at the Guam Daily Post. I think kind of interesting that you had made a Sunshine Freedom of Information Act, didn't get the paperwork that you were looking for, challenged Rory on it, and his response was, "See you in the court. If you think I'm not complying, take me to court and let the judge say that I'm not complying," but he doesn't get to say that I'm not complying and using it for his own political agenda. Bob, I didn't realize that you had a political agenda.
That's an interesting comment coming from a director who was also the man in charge of the governor's reelection campaign, the chairman of the governor's reelection campaign.
Noted. All right. Well, let me just, for completion purposes, let's go back to the genesis of all of this. What exactly is it that you were looking for? I think for a lot of people, the Frank San Nicolas Surahano, that would make our ancestors very happy case for all intents and purposes was all said and done. What else are you digging around for?
Well, after the verdict came in, Rory went to the board at the port with a settlement agreement that he'd entered into with Coe and with Jay Areola, a resolution prepared for adoption by the board, and sold this settlement to the board if you followed it along. And his pitch was, we need to settle this because remember the Port 7? And, of course, I remember the Port 7 very well because Rory's very first meeting with the board after he'd been sworn in as the director of the port in the new administration, he sent out signals that he wanted to settle those cases.
Mm-hmm. Unsurprising.
So he's kind of settlement happy. So when this came down, I wondered why he would want, well, I didn't wonder why. I said I thought he shouldn't have done it because the reason that he fired Cole was not because of rape, but because Cole couldn't come to work. And if he did, he couldn't carry a gun.
Mm-hmm.
And Rory said that in the press. Said it was a good bust. That's why I did it. So he should have gone to the Civil Service Commission with it because he had a chance of winning. He didn't do that. He brought this settlement and sold it to the board for complete back pay and $40,000 attorney's fees, not $39,722.17, but an even $40,000.
How did he come up with that number, do you suppose, there, Bob Klitsky?
Well, and he's entitled to reimbursement he's entitled to attorney's fees for representation at the Civil Service Commission. Well, after Areola filed Coe's appeal at the Civil Service Commission, the commission decided to hold the matter in abeyance until the completion of the criminal cases. So there wasn't anything to do for the next 2 years.
Right.
It's kind of hard to figure out how you run up a $40,000 bill for, a little bit of work at the Civil Service Commission and perhaps a chat with Rory or two. So I wanted to see invoices. So I said, show me the documents that you owe Areola $40,000. He didn't send that. He sent a copy of a check to the Areola firm for $40,000. Wouldn't you say that's a pretty good size difference, right?
Yeah, it certainly doesn't ask the question of how we got to that number. Doesn't answer that, doesn't respond to that.
So I wrote back and I said, you violated the open government law. You didn't give me what I asked for. Now, if he had written back and said that we don't have that public record, that would have been the end of the matter. So you don't get to send what you want to. Either you send what's asked for, or if you don't have it, you say, I don't have it. You don't try to finesse it, and that's what Rory did. So I gave him a notice of violation, and I said, you violated the law. I asked for, what was owed, not what you paid. What was owed, something like an invoice or a bill or something like that. And you saw what happened after that.
Well, I get the point here where he says, okay, we'll just take it to court, like it's the easiest and cheapest thing to do and the timeliest thing to do. In any case, it's not. It's never the easiest, most timely and efficient way to get an answer on something like that. And I agree with you. That kind of response could have a chilling effect on other private citizens, other members of the media that might not have the depth of the financial ability to be able to hire on a lawyer and take these kinds of things to court. Also think that maybe that attitude comes from a little bit of impunity because his boss has been reelected and he's going to be pretty cushy for another 4 years.
Exactly. So when he says, take me to the court, it's like Brer Rabbit saying, throw me in the briar patch.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's a great place for directors to hide. And, I know from my own personal experience, it's going to cost you over $10,000. You're going to have to pony up a couple grand as an advance to the lawyer. It's going to cost you $10,000 in the ultimate. It's probably going to take a year. And if you prevail, you're going to get your $10,000 back. But by that time, the matter is so stale that the reason that you wanted the documents is probably moot or overcome by events. So it's just a classic evasive technique.
Of which you and others have seen played out over and over, not just in this administration, but I think in many administrations where people want to play fast and loose with public data and public documentation. Is there more that needs to be done at the legislature, or is there a response that needs to have a little bit more weight than just an old retired judge and radio DJ?
Well, we've got the Vigilance Committee, and they've done a pretty good job at tracking these things. Some reform to both the open government law and the Sunshine Law would be helpful. As far as the open government law, some agencies like the Board of Education routinely put executive session in their notice of meeting.
Correct.
So I kind of get the feeling like, well, if we want to, we got it there. If not, we won't. So boards shouldn't be willy-nilly going into executive session for no reason, because it's very hard to enforce the rules on executive sessions unless they take an attorney into the executive session with them. As far as the Sunshine Law is concerned, I think that the government needs to establish a portal. You know, where
what did you call Rory? Did you just call Rory a porthole?
Yeah, Freudian slip, I guess. Right?
That's all right, Commander.
Yeah, there should be a portal where these things are put up, because had it not been for an eagle-eyed reporter here who listens to the recordings of these meetings, I wouldn't have known, you know, that Rory not only is fast and loose with the Sunshine Law, but has taken it upon himself to use his forum in that meeting to dissuade people from using their statutory right to public records.
Yeah, especially if you know that the answer is going to end up being, well, I'll see you in court. All right, well, good. And I think the other thing is the see you in court should be the last possible response, because it costs the government of Guam, and in this case, it would cost the port some money. And we know how much the port likes spending lawyer money, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
7:29 in the morning. Your Honor, it's always a pleasure talking with you. Got 2 hours of tall tales this afternoon. You're not taking the break for the holiday, but hopefully you and Auntie Lou will be someplace where you'll be able to see the Blessed Mother as she passes by.
Well, we'll see how it goes. We were at Mass early this morning. That's why I wasn't available when the real Joe called.
That's all right. Would you pray for me?
Well, I will, Ray.
Okay, good. All right, appreciate that. Listen, I'll talk to you pretty soon, and be listening and watching out for you this afternoon at 4 for Tall Tales.
All right.
All right, amigo. Talk to you soon. Happy, I don't want to say happy Santa Maria Camelin, but hugging and kiss to Auntie Lou for sure. 7:30 in the morning. Jerry Roberts has been in the studio listening and giggling at all of the correct parts in the conversation with Bob Klitsky. Porthole, isn't it? That would work, considering it's over at the port. And maritime, etc.
It would. But you can stretch the definition. My topic today is goals.
Yeah.
I have a porthole this morning into the topic of goals.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't jump into that right now because Bob and I spoke through what would be.
But eloquently spoke.
Thank you very much. I've been wordsmithing lately. I've been trying to sort all of that stuff out. Now would be a good time to find out what's going on around the island and the world, etc. with Donna D. I'm looking to see if I can find the sponsor paperwork to tell me who brings it to you. The guys over at Burger King have got something new they want you to try, but I don't have the thing in front of me, so I'll tell you about that a little bit later on. Meantime, go get some free tickets for your kids to go watch the circus show over at the PIC. Also being brought to you by our friends over at Hoffaday Realty. Real groovy people that they've got out there, and really want to help you and your real estate goals come true. 588-4232 or email at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. Now with news and headlines. Hoffa, Donna D, what happened?
Rodney Akima, an export worker accused in a kidnapping earlier this year, could be off the hook for the serious charges. A woman known to him told police Akima hit her repeatedly with an extension cord and threatened to kill her with a knife. Akima then told authorities that he was using meth and blamed his actions on the Tautomona. Akima is accepting the prosecution's plea deal, admitting to a family violence charge, and would serve only 2 months in prison. He is set to appear back in court next week. And Labor Director David Del Sola says jobs are available on Guam, but employers are challenged with finding employees with the right skills and knowledge. ASC Trust President David John points out that Guam lost thousands of people based on the last census, and many of those are employees with strong skill sets. With increased federal projects and reduced workforce, John says it might be an option to communicate to locals in the mainland to return home. And the statue of Guam's patroness, Santa Maria Camalan, has started her tour around the island for the Feast of the Immaculate Conception. She is scheduled to be at St. Anthony at 8:25 and stop at the Mercy Care Center and GMH within that hour. By 9 o'clock, Santa Maria Camalan will go to Blessed Diego de San Vitores in Tuman en route to GRMC. Residents are reminded that this is not a motorcade. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
Even if you got wicked hydraulics or cool sounds, not a motorcade. Do not get in there. Just let her proceed unimpeded from one place to another. Thanks, Donna. Appreciate the news and headlines. And now we jump into Jerry Roberts and a very special Feast of the Immaculate Conception Extra Point.
Really?
Brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. No pressure.
No pressure at all. No, and don't jump that motorcade, by the way. It's not a motorcade. Remember that. Before I go in, Donna, your goal. Give me a goal.
Oh, man.
Ray.
I gave the guys over at Paradise Fitness $400 some odd yesterday.
Yesterday
for an annual starting in January of 2023.
That was the goal to pay him? What's the goal?
No. Well, the goal is to hit the gym more often.
To do what?
So I can lose weight and become a big, strong man.
How much weight?
Like Cousin Troy. Need to get down to 165.
Okay, and during what time frame?
You know what? You asked me that question once, and I put something out there, something like, I don't know, whatever I can get by with 1,000 calories a day. I don't know, 2 weeks or something like that. So
what do you weigh now?
I weigh 190.
190. You want 165 in 2 weeks?
No, I can't do it in 2 weeks.
I don't think so.
No, that would be. I'd have
you
to.
Need this extra point coming up, by the way, Joe.
We'll get to it. Joe,
goal.
Oh, for my goals.
Goal. Hey, give me a goal. Single. One time. One goal. Doesn't matter what. Big, small, hairy.
I just want to make it safely to my grave.
Safely to the grave. In what kind of time period?
If you don't give me a goal, you're going to go faster. Let me tell you. Give me a goal.
I want my gross pay.
What?
I want my gross pay.
You want your gross pay.
That's my goal.
Donna, goal.
Okay, I want to relocate within maybe 2 or 3 years.
Where?
Somewhere else.
We just had the thing where David John is asking people to come back, and you're going,
I'm out of here.
No idea where you want to go?
I do, but I don't want to say.
I told you it was a special extra point.
See? No straight answers. let me tell you, when life delivers you, where Ray Gibson is the only one who gives you a straight answer in a room, you know you're in an alternate universe. Mm-hmm. We've talked about goals a fair amount in this program and given advice on how to set them, then go out and get them. Last week at our Live to Lead event, I unveiled a new system I'd come up with to simplify that process. Now I've come across something else that I believe can be beneficial in the pursuit of our goals. We'll get into all this next on The Extra Point.
Fly even higher and get to your destination with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. You can earn 40,000 miles with $2,000 worth of spending within the first 3 months. That's 40,000 reasons to get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Certain restrictions apply. To learn more about this offer, visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com/United.
Hafaday, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Life's achievers have one thing in common. They have a plan to get from where they are to where they want to be. The plan is made up of goals and objectives. According to an article in Inc. magazine, personal growth guru Tony Robbins says setting goals is the first step in turning the invisible into the visible. Dallas Mavs owner Mark Cuban says effort is measured by setting goals and getting results. Elon Musk says to stop being patient and start asking yourself how you can accomplish your 10-year plan in 6 months. Whether you want to go at a lightning-fast pace like Musk or take the more conservative approach, a plan with goals, it's essential. Assume there is a plan, and both you and I want to follow it to gain success. Do you think that we'll work at the same speed and in precisely the same way, Or could there be differences? If you said differences, I agree. Our limitations could very well be different. You may be willing to go hard every day, totally focused on the end result. Maybe I'm willing to work, but not like that. We both may achieve the goal, but you will likely have the better chance. Getting off to a good start is the key, but then we have to maintain momentum. You may be tempted to think of the story of the race between the tortoise and the hare, where the hare sped off to an early lead and then rested. The tortoise never rested. It eventually passed the hare and won. The hare lost momentum and then lost the race. The Inc. article said that if we start slow, we start soft. Some of us do this because we want a mental safety net under us at all times. Going slow doesn't guarantee failure, but it does make us more open to distractions, and those can toss us off track. A way to avoid this is to commit to what Inc. calls, quote unquote, the 2-week rule. The basic concept is that we can do anything for 2 weeks. Yes, it does require a measure of focus and discipline, but it's doable. We break our goal down into chunks and make sure we have a solid 2 weeks to build that momentum. Once we make our 2-week plan, all we have to worry about is what's on the schedule for today. Tomorrow will take care of itself. Stay focused on today. After 2 weeks of solid progress and with momentum, our chances of seeing the plan through to completion are multiplied. In looking back over the times in life when I did not achieve my goal and didn't follow through, I believe it was due to not getting off to a good, fast start. Goals don't achieve themselves. We have to be serious about them. And the 2-week rule sets us up to do that. I think it's fair to say that if we can't come up with a 2-week plan or refuse to follow it, then maybe what we think is a real goal and something we absolutely must do is really less important than we're making it out to be. My recommendation for goals is to lay them out in great detail so you can see the entire picture in front of you. Then carve out the first 2 weeks and get after that with as much energy as you possibly can. I think you'll find that this will put you on the road to achieving any goal that you decide is worthwhile. 2 weeks, that's all you need. Get going. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show with only 25 pounds to go. And First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
You know, the last time I started, this time last year when I started the same goal, it was only 15 pounds. But
I remember, yeah.
COVID-19 and a whole bunch of...
COVID-19's taken the rap for a lot of things.
Yeah.
Remind me of Elvis, man.
Jerry, there's still a public health emergency going on. There's still that. So
I apologize.
until the
You're
public
totally
health
right.
emergency has been concluded by Governor Lully and Guerrero, until the executive order comes out, or unless Chris Duenas and others at the legislature are successful in overriding Bill number 11, the veto of Bill 11, I can still use COVID-19 as an excuse.
Didn't she give a date this thing ends?
They are suggesting...
Right for inauguration, right?
Right around inauguration, January the 11th or so.
She said it's over. Didn't she say she's not going to renew it past January?
It did not sound firm. That did not sound very firm when she put that in the executive order. I didn't feel the firmness in the language that she used. So it's you just never know. Come on, Jer. 7:40 in the morning. How many times over COVID-19 did the goalposts move? Do you remember? Strive for 5, and we're trying to get the car score down to 5. You remember? Don't be late. Go to the airport for 8 or something like that. There was all these like it was. We've gotten 99% of the population is vaccinated now. So the public health emergency. Oh no, we can't do that. We wanted to get to that number, and I remember when they did that last big jab at the University of Guam Field House. They went live on the governor's channel, and there's Josh. Lou was out of town. There's Josh, and there's all these people, and somebody got the jab, and the room erupts with applause. And I thought, well, this is it, man. We hit the magic number that they were looking for. Ought to be done with COVID-19. That was 2 years ago. I think a year and a half ago in June. So I don't know about moving goalposts, and I'm thinking I ought to be able to use that to my own advantage.
It's your show. You do what you want to do.
I absolutely can. All right. So Jerry Roberts and this morning's extra
But
point.
on your goal, before you go on.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Are you serious you want to lose 25 pounds, get to 165?
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Okay. So
165. My goal is to be at least half marathon ready in 2023, and I can't do that at 190, and the stress on my knees is too much at 190. So, I mean, even if I got down to 170, 174, 175, that's still doable, and I can still train myself into half marathon fitness.
Well, let's use 165. Okay, do you mind if I just take comments with this?
Go ahead.
Okay,
yeah.
so 165. So what you want to do is you want to come up, you have the what already.
Yes.
Okay, the what is you want to get down to half marathon condition with the knees and the rest of it. So you're 190 now. So you do a weighing, a legit weighing, and let's say it is 190, and 165 is where you want to go, 25 pounds. So you know the what. The why is you want to run, you want to get healthier. The why factor here, I did this at Live to Lead, so I guess I can just unroll it just for a second. Write as much as you possibly can about the real reasons why you want to do this. And it's not, I want to lose weight, I want to run again, blah, blah. Okay, I mean, really seriously write the why. Because on the days when you want to give up, that's where you go back to. And you say, no, geez, I really wanted to do this. So that keeps you in the game. So you have the what and you have the why. Okay, how? And now you're going to write down exactly how you're going to do this, the mechanism of why. You write like a 30,000-foot paragraph of what the deal is. And then it's the when. So now the when is the factor of, now you got to get real on this, because you can't do 25 pounds in a month. You can't really do it in 2 months. You want to give yourself, especially at your age, you want to give it, enough time. A pound a week, that's doable.
Correct.
Okay. If you watch the beer, sorry, if you eat
out. Is that Simon on line one?
if you eat right and you do your exercising at the gym and all that, a pound a week. So you say to yourself, 25 weeks from now, that's 6 months basically. Okay, starting now or starting January or whatever you want to do, and you say, I'm going to be there by, and you set a date and you write that date down, giving yourself, the margin of where you want to be, right? So it's the what, it's the why, it's the how, and it's the when. And you commit to that, and then you take the 2-week thing, and you get into that with as much energy as you possibly can at the gym, and you solidify your diet, right? The whole thing, and then you've laid out 2 weeks, and you stay with it, and you have a better chance to achieve that goal.
There are guys all over the place doing this right now. I'm reading up on what has become a trend among businessmen, high-end CEOs out there. In addition to becoming pillars of their industrial communities, they are also trying to achieve a certain amount of notoriety and a certain amount of success in another field, in an athletic field. The New York Times Magazine is looking into the world of ultra-wealthy, ultra-hardcore business executives who like to unwind with Ironman competitions. With Ironman competitions. So I'm saying, okay, I want to be half marathon conditioned sometime in the year, and that depends on when GVB is going to be doing the Cocoa Road Race, right? But you got guys that are in specifically now working to achieve Ironman goals. And you might be wondering what's the difference, right? Ironman is easily one of the hardest things that anybody will ever be able to do. We start with a 1.2 mile swim. I like to walk 1.2 miles. 1.2 mile swim, a 56-mile bike ride, and a half marathon in there. So it's my goal and then some. Now, I'm not saying I want to do it. I'm just saying that I would not be alone in the quest. The difference is I'm going to be doing this at Paradise, and then there's going to be an event somewhere. I'll drive to it, I'll run it, and I'll go home. With these guys with the Ironman competitions, there are resort suites that they will check out, VIP areas where people will be able to watch and see what they're doing and what they're capable of, and they're just taking it to a whole other billionaire class level.
Okay, billionaires. Yeah. Jeff Bezos, we've joked about him. Right. He's the third or fourth richest guy in the world now, behind Musk and whoever else. But the point is, Bezos is around in the late 50s, early 60s, I guess. He began to lift weights. And Bezos went from this rail-thin guy, basically, into someone who looked like Vin Diesel. I mean, he was buff, right? Now, right after that, he got divorced and got divorced from half his fortune right after that. But the point is, at his age and with his schedule, he still went out over a period of time. He set that goal.
And did the training.
And he became, this muscle guy. Right, it can be done, but you've really got to stay with it. So absolutely good for you.
So I'm gonna. It'll be one of those things. I'm just got to make sure Jim and then Carabao, Jim and then Moses, not Moses and then. Oh yeah, gee, I better think about going to the gym now. 7:46, a little extra Jerry Roberts and extra point because it is the Feast of the Immaculate Conception, and frankly, there isn't a whole heck of a lot else going on. Got to do some shouts here. As we said, it's our friend Plain Boy's birthday today. Happy birthday to Keith from Lena and all of the rest of us. And also want to do a shout out to Miyoko Tezuka, just in from Japan, going to be out here for a couple of days visiting grandkids and cooking Japanese rice and eating with chopsticks all over the place. Nice. So we want to say, Minasama, konbanwa, yokoso, Guam, USA. Namae wa Ray, see you sometime soon. 7:47 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show will continue after these.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pika's Best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tuman location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
Happy holidays, Guam! From now through January 13th, the Guam Visitors Bureau is giving you a chance to win $150 in cash just by sharing your Christmas spirit. Each week, GBB will announce the theme of the week, so take your best photo or video and upload to visitguam.com/Instagram to enter for a chance to win $150 in cash. Winners will be announced every Friday. Brought to you by GVB, making Guam a better place to celebrate this season of giving.
What? What happened?
It's time to sell a car.
Kind of car?
Japanese Nissan car.
Let's drive a Japanese car for Miyoko.
Automobile.
Going to be driving automobile from a Nissan. Tell you what, you swing by there. Everybody's busy today. So NissanGuam.com on the World Wide Web. Take a look at all of the great offerings that they've got for you. And they've got them all over the place. We've got them in brand new cars, like your Versa and your Frontiers and the Kicks and the Rogues. Great gas mileage and incredible safety features that go along with these things. And good-looking rides at that. And they've got a bunch of used cars that are on the lot as well. A Kia Forte, a Honda Odyssey, and a Infiniti M37. Great prices on these. And you're going, yeah, but somebody drove them already. Pre-loved, baby. And absolutely everything that needed to get it done so that they fit with the other incredible rides on the lot have been done at NissanGuam.com. All right, take a look at the traffic gizmo. It's going to be a short report because there ain't nothing going on in this town. And my guess is any place where I'm seeing congestion might actually be where the Blessed Mother.
That's her, Ree.
That's her. Slower than normal, but making her way, doing the rounds now. 7:49 in the morning. By our reckoning, she should be about where, Donna D? Where should the Blessed Mother be on your map? You know what we need to have on this is it would be great if it had like a Uber thing. Where's the Blessed Mother now? Yeah. And then you can see it in real time on a map.
She's heading to Maina.
All right, to Maina. All right, looking, and that might go well with some of the traffic that we're seeing up around the Hagåtña Heights area. 10 away from the top of the hour on the Ray Gibson Show, and there's nothing happening on the roadways. That's all you need to know about right now traffic on the point.
All three stations, all three morning shows. Thanks to all the listeners for Pika's Best. Choice Broadcasting has swept the top three best radio stations: The Point, Boss 104, and Star 101. Top three radio personalities: Kyle Mandapat, Ray Gibson, and Daryl Lizava. Put the power of Pika's Best to work for you. If you're an advertiser, call 671-888-7346 for information, rates, and packages. And let us get your message out to Pika's Best listeners with Pika's Best broadcasters. And thanks for listening to Pika's Best.
Farewell, ANZ Bank. You've been an excellent corporate citizen for 30-plus years. And yes, we're competitors, but we're sorry to see you go. Now let us address the bank's customers. Bank Pacific's arms are wide open to accept your banking needs, whether it be to handle your savings, commercial checking, merchant business, or consumer or commercial loan needs. We're open on Saturdays in 4 convenient locations and have excellent online banking services. And we're staying, for as you might know, where others put branches, we place roots. Equal Opportunity Lender, member FDIC.
You Ironman XC, the Ironman niche that caters to CEOs and their executives. Perks like you wouldn't believe. Plush hotel suites right by the starting line. Families get to watch from a VIP tent, and technical assistance for bikes on all kinds of other equipment on the ready. So when you're making that conversion, going from swim to bike and then bike to run,
area.
you got guys. You got a guy there for you. Let me see. Matt Dixon is the Ironman XC coach. He says you're going to draw a whole bunch of lessons about overcoming challenges and adversity and things like that. You don't have to be that smart to join the dots and find that those same lessons that come along with life, the same challenges that you might face as you go to achieve an Ironman goal. Just like everything else in life, you're going to hit a couple of walls, and you're going to have to figure out either how I'm going to get around them, how I'm going to get over them, or, as in the case with other great athletes like my friend Simon Sanchez, how we're going to go through them. Good morning, Si. How you doing?
I'm okay. I just came from the gym. I was listening to Jerry. Jerry is a very strong athlete. In our Gold's Gym day, when we were a little younger, he could push the weight.
Oh my God, Gold's Gym.
Yeah, way back, but he's right. I mean, at my age now, it's a lot more flexibility, much lighter weight, a lot more reps. But I still try to do pull-ups. Gang. That's a tester. But I think that the main thing is showing up, right, and do what you can. Especially as we get older, right? Not everything works the way it used to 30 years ago. Mm-hmm. But do something for your health, whether it's walking or. But I find weight training even at our age, and Lou goes, and we're in our 60s, so we're still there, and we go in the morning, and we do what we can. A lot more rubber bands and lighter weights.
Yes,
but do something, because otherwise, if you use it, if you don't use it, you will lose it, and so
and it's hard to get it back after a certain age. Men over 50 and muscles, it's achievable, but there's a whole lot of work, and you got to finesse a little bit more than say a 25, 30-year-old. I've told the story 100 times about.
Lighter.
Yeah, well,
I think that's what you'll learn. You'll just go lighter, and like you're a good runner, right? But you don't run as fast as you did 20 years ago. But you're still going to go out there, and you can still put the leg in one foot in front of the other. And I think that's the goal in life, is to put one foot in front of the other as best you can. Speaking of moving, you're calling me about the thing I know the least about with the utilities.
Really?
Other than watching Doosan try to move those generator pieces up to Ukadu, and you've seen that device, the pictures of it. I mean, they're all joystick controlled, and talk about moving some weight up for a marathon. So Doosan's about to do the generator marathon from the port up to Ukadu, and they have to take down some lights to put them back up. They're trimming some trees. There's been a lot of coordination, very good coordination with DPW, Vince Ariola's team. Their intent at getting it done, because Doosan knows they don't get paid unless they build that generator, and they've sunk $600 million into this project, and we want that generator built because it's going to cut the amount of oil we use in half, and that's going to lower the power bill, and now we all want that. So we wish them success, but the technology to move.
Well,
that
I'm
tonnage.
looking at the thing. So guys, go to poweronthemove.org. I've got it up on the screen right now. So you can. This is some incredible stuff right there on the home page, and it's this Caterpillar-looking device that we will all know by heart here pretty soon. And there's a guy, well, arguably with a joystick out there that's somewhere that is putting it through its paces, and they are going to be putting modules that weigh in excess of 150 tons on these things, and then hustle them from over at the port to up around to where the staging area and the construction is, and then back down at night, and then do the same thing over on a scheduled basis. And I gotta imagine that they're not these things, these modules, are they all identical, or are some bigger than others? Because I note that in the schedule of work that they are going to be doing, that they're going to be doing some stuff down in Agania, some tree trimming down there, and a median removal over a little further up the street from here. And then there's a whole other set of work that they are doing in other places.
And then they got to put everything back. Exactly, and they had to look at the bridges, the few bridges that get crossed. So it's been really quite an exercise, but they're ready to go. The parts are here. It's just like you said, it's a huge Caterpillar, and each module is controlled separately. But it's quite a process to see it. To see it. I mean, I think they try to do it at night.
Is this
and
why?
It's a 16-hour move, like an Ironman.
Is this why all of the current power stations are in at the port? Because we didn't want to move it too far.
Well, the port is where the boat lands, right? I mean, that's where you gotta. And then I thought about it. So it's too heavy to fly, right? Like a helicopter or something. And so they bring in this Caterpillar device, but they've moved the shuttle on LA highways. So apparently engineers figure this stuff out, and there's been a lot of conversation. And when John B gets amazed about engineering, it's pretty amazing.
Yeah. And I think there's going to be a lot of people.
Check this out.
There might be some people saying, "Man, I moved that during the day so I can watch it." Sit down there like watching construction somewhere. They've got and the Doosan people are doing a really good job. They put together a great website, and I've been there, but I haven't had a chance to click on everything. But one of the things that I'm going to look forward to is for drivers to be able to see where it is. There is a live location, so you'll be able to watch this thing move along in real time, know where it is, so you know what roads to avoid, how to get behind it, how to get in front of it, how to get away from it while you're driving around at night. I think this is some serious. This is a great website.
This is the month for processions. Of course, today is Camelin, but I want to just share this with you because I thought about it as I was listening to you. That we're looking at 71 years ago. My dad was a teenager. My mother-in-law was a teenager. Guam was about to get shoved into World War II unknowingly, and then look where we are today. But then with our headaches for sure, but how far we've come. But today is a very special day for those of us that are descendants of the people of Guam. 71 years ago, I think right around now the bombing started, just about now, and change the course of our history so that we can listen to you in the morning on talk radio.
Yeah, well, I don't know that was the ultimate goal, but it kind of led into that direction. I'll go ahead and take the credit for it. I really do appreciate the uplift that we've got going on here. 7:58 and change. Looking forward to watching this develop and to see more of these massive, and you can see on the screen right now another one of these things. So we'll marvel at this little Caterpillar device that they're going to be moving this heavy equipment down. There's in the background the ship that brought everything in. Guam doesn't have the gantry capacity to be able to unload that ship with all the module parts. They needed to come with their own ship, the United Heavy Lift, that has its own gantries. It has its own lift capacity, so it can take 150 tons worth of stuff and then put it on the dock. Amazing, if you ask me.
It is, and that's why you do public-private partnerships, right? You go to people that know what they're doing and let them take the risk. Doosan don't make a nickel without until they turn on the power plant, right? So they've got this ship. They're bringing the parts in. They're going to get it up there. They're going to build it. They're fronting the money, and we're using their money up front instead of ratepayer money. But the benefit to us, and we'll pay them back, but the benefit to us is it's going to lower that power bill. But to build the dang thing, it really is amazing. And your own ship, you got to ship it up there, and then the construction part is the easy part. It was getting it here and getting the parts up there. The rest of the plant, they're a third of the way done with construction, but this is the big piece now.
Yep. So I got to run, unfortunately, seconds away from Fox News. Have a fantastic day. Hug and a kiss to Auntie Lou, and I'll see you soon.
Thanks, Ray. We'll be listening tomorrow.
Right on. Cool. 8 o'clock in the morning, KUSG Agutnia. We're Pika's Best. This is The Point.
President Biden backtracks at the southern border. Lisa Brady, Fox News. The administration now plans to ask a federal court to keep Title 42 in place. That's the pandemic-era restriction that allows many asylum seekers to be turned away.
Title 42 is set to drop 2 weeks from today. We're averaging about 6,000 or 7,000 illegal crossings every single day, and DHS projections show once Title 42 drops, their upper projections say we could get upwards of 18,000 illegal crossings every single day. That would be almost a tripling of the current record-breaking situation.
Fox's Bill Malugin in Hidalgo, Texas. The White House and the Homeland Security Secretary had said preparations were underway for the change after seeking to end the CDC rule this spring. Now, Reuters is reporting they will appeal a federal judge's ruling that invalidated the restrictions and that the CDC is working on a regulation to formalize the border restrictions. Earlier today, a bipartisan bill unveiled aimed at preventing border agent suicides.
What they've been exposed to 100% has an impact on you.
Texas Republican Congressman and veteran Tony Gonzalez. The bill includes more funding for mental health resources. A sweeping defense policy bill has a provision the president doesn't like, rescinding a military vaccine mandate.
White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says it's a mistake for Congress to require the Pentagon to lift the COVID vaccine requirement.
Making sure our troops are prepared and ready for service is a priority for President Biden. The vaccination requirement for COVID does just that.
Ending the vaccine mandate for service members is included in a bipartisan defense policy bill. While expressing opposition to the provision, the White House stopped short of issuing a veto threat.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. While most service members have had COVID shots, thousands have been discharged because of the mandate. America is listening to Fox News.
Oh, KFC, oh, KFC, original and crispy. Happy holidays, folks. Colonel Sanders here. KFC is here to help feed your holiday hunger with our 6 or 12-piece family meal. They both come with your choice of our delicious KFC sides, biscuits, and a personal gift from the Colonel. 2 free glass food containers. Have a safe and happy holiday season from KFC Guam. It's finger licking good.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
5 more suspects are ordered to stand trial over a plot to kidnap Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer after others were convicted.
4 Michigan men, Michael and William Null, Eric Molitor, and Sean Fix, along with Brian Higgins of Wisconsin, face charges including supporting terror acts and gun crimes. Judge Michael Stepka said evidence presented during a preliminary hearing was enough to warrant a trial. All 5 men allegedly attended planning meetings and scoped out the Whitmer vacation home, making plans to cut off rescue access if the plot had been given the go-ahead. In all, 14 people have been arrested on either state or federal charges in association with the kidnapping plot. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
A Justice Department watchdog finds multiple failures in the Bureau of Prisons before a high-profile inmate was beaten to death 4 years ago.
The DOJ's Inspector General says there was no evidence of malicious intent, but there were several Bureau of Prison management failures before James Whitey Bulger was killed behind bars. The IG report recommended 6 Bureau workers be disciplined after finding officials had shared information about Bulger's transfer so freely, 100 prison workers were aware of it, as were several inmates. The notorious mob boss from Boston, who was sentenced to prison for racketeering and murder, was moved from a prison in Florida where he was housed alone to general population at a prison in West Virginia after he'd threatened a nurse.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. 3 inmates were charged with conspiring to kill Bulger in 2018, pleading not guilty. The Yankees still not confirming a record deal to keep Aaron Judge in pinstripes. The American League home run record holder and MVP reportedly agreeing to a 9-year, $360 million contract, biggest ever for a free agent. Also the highest average annual payout for a position player at $40 million per year, if it's finalized. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Subway just dropped an all-new menu of 12 sandwiches. They call it the Subway Series.
The Subway Series has 4 new categories of subs: cheesesteaks, Italianos, chicken, and clubs.
With a sandwich series like that, I'll be a happy Subway cereal eater.
And Subway has a new way of ordering, too. You can order the Subway Series sandwiches by name or by number.
So I can just say number 5 for the Bella Mozza? Hey, that's a whole new way to Subway.
You could, but the better choice, number 8, the Great Garlic.
It's the new Subway Series. What's your pick?
Want more internet speed, more mobile data, more TV, and more reliable phone service? Introducing the new GTA Choice Bundles. The more you choose, the more you save. And for a limited time, sign up for a new Choice Bundle with home internet service up to Internet 50 and get a free Roku Express. Or Internet 75 or higher and receive a $100 account credit. Visit GTA.net and get more choices, more savings with GTA's Choice Bundles. Conditions apply. See website for details. GTA, we start with you. What's What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, easy, and secure. Visit Nambo.com for more information.
Half a day, it's 8:06. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. COVID-19 cases on the island have gone down, but other respiratory illnesses have made a resurgence in the community. Health officials are warning residents to take precautionary measures as more children are admitted to GMH. Territorial epidemiologist Ann Pobutsky says there was a big jump in acute respiratory infections in September and October. There was also an increase in children hospitalized. Pobutsky says the morbidity rate for the flu continues to trend upward. She adds that COVID-19 is still out there, but the ICU and hospital count is below the surge level. Health officials did notice a bump in cases involving older adults diagnosed with COVID-19 after the Thanksgiving holiday. While COVID cases on Guam are trending downward, health officials can't say definitively if the end is in sight for the public health emergency. There is the possibility, if COVID-19 cases continue to decline and RSV cases rise, that Guam will mirror what some U.S. states have already done. Meanwhile, lawmakers began discussing a bill in yesterday's session that would let peace officers retire at age 55 without penalty and open an alternate retirement plan for newer government employees. The controversial Guam Heartbeat Act of 2022, meanwhile, was set aside until lawmakers wrap up debate on all other agenda items. Senator Jose Pito Terlahi says his Bill 346 would lower the retirement age for uniformed personnel under the government's defined benefit 1.75 plan from 62 to 55 years of age for those with 25 years of service, and to age 57 for public safety officers with at least 5 years of service. Terlahi says that the cost of the changes would be nominal for the government, about $235,000 a year. Lawmakers recessed until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning so that the retirement fund and DOA could be called in about any financial impact that altering the retirement system would have. More news after this.
Go green, go hybrid, go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
For most Guam residents, shopping is now a matter of what they need versus what they want, with the soaring prices brought about by global inflation and supply chain issues. The federal stimulus funds that flooded the island at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic have all dissipated, and while many have returned to work, the current state of Guam's economy remains fragile, with tourism still far away from its pre-COVID level. The island's wage rates can't keep up with the spiraling prices of goods that mostly affect lower and middle income earners. Analysts consider Black Friday weekend a gauge of consumers' willingness to spend, and this year's smaller crowds at the malls were indicative of the Guam shoppers' reluctance to splurge. And financial institutions have once again notified the residents of Guam that any inactive accounts will have all their funds transferred to the Treasury of Guam come January. Any unclaimed money in checking or savings accounts will become escheated funds, which means the government has the right to take ownership of them. To reclaim funds from inactive accounts, account holders should check their accounts and call their bank before the 1st of January, but residents have a year to file with the Treasurer of Guam and reclaim their refunds. The government is legally required to take these escheated funds. The money is either deposited in the Guam General Fund or given to the Guam Housing Corporation's first-time home ownership loan program. And those are your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
Okay, you want to do this on a regular basis, and I'll tell you why. I've actually had to. I've actually dealt with this where I let money sit in an account.
I did that too.
And didn't do anything with it. And so I saw my name in one of the ads. I called the bank. I'm like, okay, what do I do now? And they said, well, there's the account is kind of closed, but we can move the money into a new account. So all you got to do is come and open up a new account with us. And I said, oh, okay, that sounds easy. It's a 10-minute, 15-minute thing. I was there for 2 hours.
Why?
I got the new guy.
Oh.
I got the new guy.
Man. Come on.
Oh my God! He's going through the thing, and he didn't know what on a computer.
CSR in training.
And what card did he have to get?
Wow.
I'm sitting there going, and it's nap time for me. You know me, and I get my nap, right?
Yeah.
And anything that keeps me away from the nap, and I just become that grumpier and grumpier. Almost. You watching? Have you seen the previews on Netflix for Troll and the big creature on that? Yeah, I'm making it was a pussycat on that show in comparison to what I was becoming here, and all I could think of was, I know people at this bank. I know that I could just go to somebody and say, could you do me a favor and just take over for this guy, just real quick. I know he's new, but I just don't have this kind of time here to get all of this stuff done. So you trust me, if for no other reason, you might get the new guy that's going to be going through the 2-hour process of new accounts with you. So be on the lookout for your name. As I pointed out, there's a couple of people that I'd seen in there. The former medical examiner. His name was on an account over at Espanola, and then the Guam Visitors Bureau Employee Association were on the list as well. I'm just kind of curious, what kind of money did we left inside there, and when was it opened? Which which version of the Guam Visitors Bureau employees? I mean, there's been so many changes in management and leadership there. You just don't know who might have put that account together. 8:12 in the morning. Is it weather? Is it weather? Doesn't need to be weather. Can it be Christmas toys time? Can I put that up on the screen? Do we have Christmas music, Rojo? Give me a Christmassy song.
We do. You know what, man? Something might happen. They might bump us again, man. I've been kind of like paranoid about that.
No, that wasn't. It wasn't me. No, that was the audio I played. It was the music that was playing in the background when we did that thing to show Donna D how to use a toothbrush to thread a needle. Yeah. Right. We're going to be okay. On screen right now. And I'm not saying I want this for Christmas, but if you got a musician in your life, or that guy, what's his name? Not Peter Santos, the guy that sings the crooning songs at all the galas. You know who I'm talking about, right? Yeah. So he uses
this. Camacho. That guy, right?
Yeah.
With that
Look at this
microphone
on the screen. They've got it's Les Poe is the name of the company, and they will put together a microphone-looking contraption with robots and little tiny guitars in there. What do we got? Let's go to this particular one here and see what they've done. Oh, look at that Fender guitar!
Oh yeah,
on that one. So maybe you know somebody that has got musician stripes and needs a new lamp to write songs by. That's what these, and they're not expensive. They're like 50. Oh, wait. It says $50, but there's a huge discount, like 50% off. So you can grab one of these things for like $24.98. I'm not asking for me. I just want to make that clear. I'm not asking for me. Because I don't have enough outlets in my house for any more lamps or anything like that. I'm just saying that's some cool stuff. That's some cool and groovy that you can find. LEZPO.com, the World Wide Web, if you think that might be a nice trinket to put underneath somebody's Christmas tree. And with 17 days, you might even be able to get it here on time for Three Kings. I have to be very, very careful. I don't want to manage expectations on the show. It's got some kind of countdown. Limited sale to you. You got 4 hours if you want to take advantage of this. LEZPO.com. Here's the weather forecast. Mostly sunny today, tomorrow, and Saturday. And that's all we need to know right now. I'm talking grill marks, babe, between here and their daytime highs near 87 degrees. Maybe a little windy, 14, 15-mile-an-hour winds through most of the day. Cooler, obviously, at night. And in some evenings, it might even be gustier. So watch out for gusts on Saturday as high as 22 miles an hour. Rip current warning until Sunday afternoon. Heat index today, 94 degrees, about the same thing over the next couple of days. Sunset tonight will be at 5:53. Hashtag tell the others. There it is. News and weather together on The Point.
News this hour is brought to you by the friendly and hardworking folks at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, Lolita, and their team of professionals. Contact Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs. Call 671-989-0000 888 or email hoffidayrealty@gmail.com. They are located at 426 Chelan San Antonio, Suite 204, Tumaning, and open Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. till 4 p.m. Hoffiday Realty thanks you for your support in Pico's Best of 2022.
It's a holiday sale at American Water Tech in Tamuning. Get the Aquaflow or Hydrotech reverse osmosis drinking water system installed for $785. And that includes one free service, a $260 value, and 1 year limited warranty. There's also the Connecticut Home Water Softener System for $2,975. That includes 2 free services valued at $380 and a 1 year limited warranty. Call American Water Tech at 671-649-2301 or go to their website for more information at www.americanwatertech.com. Sale ends December 30th, 2022.
Thank you so much. 816 Ray Gibson Show portions brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home, and the guys over at Wendy's. What are we working on over at the Wendy's place? You're going to absolutely love it. They've got this bacon, egg, and Swiss croissant. We've got sausage, egg, and bacon, egg, and Swiss, or a sausage, egg, and Swiss, plus small seasoned potatoes for just $4. Fresh cracked eggs, oven-baked bacon, savory sausage, hot and crispy potatoes. You're not going to want to put it down. And best news here, it's only $4. Great deals waiting for you over at Wendy's. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
The Ray Gibson Show, bringing you closer to the action. This is The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
Oh, we're superstationing here. Yeah. PowerOnTheMove.org for information on what's going to be happening on the big move of the big gear from the port all the way to the landing site. Where's that? Route 3 somewhere? Where they're putting the deal? Okay, so
monumental, man.
Monumental, yeah. Maybe earth-breaking.
Earth-breaking.
Road breaking, bridge breaking. I don't know. We'll take it over a couple of the bridges that you don't even know exist down in Assen and Petey, and then see what happens with all of the rest of it. My God, could you imagine the Carmageddon that would happen if all of a sudden we realized that hurry-up construction we did a few years ago on the Agana Bridge was...
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember all of that? I didn't think they were going to be able to do that without Carmageddon, but we actually survived it. Anyway, today, road crews will be removing medians in Tumon along east-west Rental, and then Sunday, trimming trees in the downtown Agutnia area as they prepare to rev up. Well, no, it's a slow-moving Caterpillar. I think they're doing a mile an hour or something like that. So it's definitely not zoom. But will be an interesting spectacle. You want information on the movements, there will be a real-time locator at their website. So more on that in a minute. 8:18 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. Got to do some shouts to folks on the YouTube side, including JW, MP Ogo, Who's Your Big Daddy 06, Kitsutu in Japan, giving me the yen report, 134 yen to the greenback on the way in. Rudy Rodolfo checking out the boys over there. Let me see. Got Gemma Bustamante, Ken Brown, Lupang Guam, talking about crude oil down to $72.20, same price as it was back in 2018. Don't take me back to the good years here, buddy. It just is nothing good. There's nothing happy about looking back as much as you got to look forward to it. Lonnie Clark, good morning to Lupang Guam. Far from home, Hank Rice is there. Are all banks closed today due to SMK? Yeah, I don't care about the banks. It's the bars. Are the bars open? Are the restaurants open? What's it? I know Infusion is open, but I don't know about Chili's. I'm working on finding out for you. Lupang Guam's there. Elvis Kanata, Buenos Aires to Kim. Lots of Kims are online here this morning, but I don't think they're the Korean Kims. I think they're like local Kims, like Kim Anderson Young from over at Security Title and that particular Kim there. 8:19. And who's on the phone here? Is that Chris?
Senator Chris.
Senator Chris Duane. This is the 36th, almost 37th Guam legislature. Busy days these days, and happy to get you on the morning of your day off. Biba Santa Maria Camalin, right?
Biba, Santa Maria, and Camalin, and Biba. I don't know this trinity that I'll name right now are good friends, but not as distinctive as Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. But Real Joe, Donna D, and of course the Hika Ray.
Well, having a fantastic time here on, and I'm pleased to be working. It's 20 after 8 o'clock. Normally, I'm on my way down to the courthouse for my jury duty on Thursdays, but looks like I'm going to get all 20 hours of talk radio in this week, and you know how good that feels. Chris Duenas on the line here, and maybe some updates on what's happening over at the legislature as they are pre-synodi, the last of the sessions before we conclude the work of the 36th Guam legislature. There are some that say that some of the issues that that you guys are going to be taking on, including the Heartbeat Act, might be too much for a group of lame ducks. And in the case of the 36 Guam legislature, some members of that aren't coming back when it turns into the 37th Guam legislature. What do you think of those critics?
I think that's unwarranted in my opinion, and simply because, particularly when we're talking about the Heartbeat Act, I have been around a lot of pieces of legislation and seen, the controversy that can swirl around any given piece of legislation. But I think this bill has been vetted, very, very much so. There's thousands of testimonies. There was 4 public hearings. There's been a lot of legal wrangling, discussion. We are on the heels of, Viva Doug Moylan, my AG. I'm so glad he won. I voted for him to go to the courthouse and potentially remove the injunction on Bell's Law. So this issue is very, very front and center, and every one of the senators who have been in the 36th Guam legislature have had a front seat to this issue, and it, I believe, should be the legislature to vote on this. Ray,
You got the 8. I mean, there's yourself and others now present the 8 that are required to get it to the governor's desk. We know she's going to veto it. Will there be a hard press now on the other members of the legislature to join your side? And you think you might be able to get some folks that will cross over on? It's already been public on who voted against even putting it on the floor. So we know that there's hesitancy there among some of the senators, including, let me see here, Sabina, Joe S., Clint, Mary Torres, and Speaker Therese Terlai. Do you think you might be able to get a couple of guys, from that side over on your side to get the 10 votes that are required?
We certainly hope so. I mean, I think that there are a couple of votes there in terms of their stated positions prior. So we'll see. I know that... regardless of what a senator is thinking about, whatever their positioning is on issues, no matter what bill it is, right? I never want to presume what another member is thinking,
that's fair.
Because when a bill hits the floor, a lot of things happen, right? So I know that I listened to my congressman, another gentleman that I voted for sure, Jim Moylan, discussing his thoughts on it and some maybe concerns. So we'll see what happens to the bill when it's floored. But I think... Well,
it's going to hit the floor. I mean, there's no guarantee that it is going to leave the legislature in the same form that it is there.
Right. And that's always the thing as well. And so we'll have to see. There may be objections on amendments, but the amendments may stand.
Right.
And, and in the end, the individual is probably going to have to vote for if there are a large percentage of the iteration of what the bill calls for, I still think it may warrant an affirmative vote. So the thing is that that's the dynamics of legislation, right? And so, like I said, I don't want to presume anybody's thought process. It really is. That's probably the most intriguing and interesting and the most difficult part of what a senator does when they're elected is when complicated legislation comes to the floor, really dealing with all of the, first of all, procedural issues. And
look, I mean, it's going to come down to the purity of the bill that gets voted on. Some people want the Heartbeat Act to go through untouched. There are others that are going to say, no, we've got to make provisions for rape, incest. We've got the medical conditions, whatever, and timing. Those are going to have to be considered, and it is possible that the Heartbeat Act could come out with certain compromises that are going to make pro-lifers unhappy, and they're maybe going to have to just be satisfied with getting the majority of what they were looking for.
Well, and there's always truth.
But I mean, among the 8 people that are going to vote for it now, how many of them are the purists? How many of them are going to say no to abortion in any circumstance?
I think that the 8 are relatively solid. Like I said, I don't want to, poison the well, if you will. You know what I mean? I don't want to presume and speak, but I know that by and large, from definitely the 5 members of sponsorship, you know what I mean? I mean, we introduced it as is for a reason, and then the others that have have joined to have it, have it heard and make sure that it makes it down. I think have the same intentions, but we're realists as well. I mean, I don't have a problem objecting to potential amendments, but if they make it, I'm going to have to make that determination in the end. You know what I mean? What outcome can we expect and hope for? The other thing is, Senator Klitsky, our great afternoon host, has really dissected this very well. If you really look at his analysis, the Heartbeat Act, should it pass, and even if we had the votes to prevent a veto and get an override, in fact, that's why we're going to end session at a proper time to make sure we have enough time to allow for not a pocket veto on items to actually go back into session for possible override.
Right.
The thing is that I think that his analysis is excellent on the fact of what our Attorney General is planning to do, and the fact that the two laws can coexist, one being civil, one being criminal, with Bell's Law and the Heartbeat Act. So I don't think at this point, I know that fellas like Tim Rohr have opined that, really what we really want is Bell's Law in terms of the purest of forms capability. And so I just think that this matter, having gone through the process, should it pass and should it pass all the way into law, really just gives us who are solidly pro-life an opportunity to have laws in the books that are in, conjunction with what we believe and the fact that we believe in life.
826.
So,
sorry, Senator. There are other business over at the legislature. I was not anticipating another attempt at an override on Bill 11. We've seen that movie play out several times in the course of the 36 Guam legislature, and I know that your intentions are pure, but it sure does look like there's a whole bunch of people out there that want to appear as though they're doing something, but in the final analysis can't see their way through to being able to stand up for the rights of the second branch of government.
Yeah, and Ray, I want to thank you again for, kind of really bird-dogging this issue and, laying the groundwork for the listeners of The Point and the people of Guam that, there's been changes in Washington, and the president looks like he may be caving to the far lefties and trying to have perpetual emergencies even in the nation's capital, right? So that has really visited our doorstep regularly, and I think that unfortunately our administration is lockstep with that positioning, and so I wouldn't surprise me if January comes and then Uncle Joe extends that thing all the way to June, and it's like, well, here we go. And the biggest thing too, Ray, is that there's precious finite resources left, with the millions of dollars that can help our people. And
do you know how much there is now? Has anybody given you a balance of what's in that account, the CARES account?
We should get a monthly report here soon, I believe, towards the end of this month. And so, yeah, it is the spreadsheet kind of shows, what's been encumbered, what's been expended, and the final number. I think a couple months back, including balances carried forward, I believe the corpus of it was somewhere around 290, but the unexpended took it all the way up to close to 400. But, that's nothing of the billion that first came out, right? I'm not nothing, but it's whittled down quite a bit, and we're at the stage where, our economy is going to start to shrink at some point, and those resources are going to become much more important in terms of how we use them going forward and how they match up with the general fund. I think we've got several legislators that are going to be very hawkish on repealing the BPT, and hopefully we can get that done. That's going to require, judicious use of federal resources to backfill any positions, any potential going forward.
No. It's a great opportunity for the government to reorganize itself. Never mind backfilling. The options here are, look, times are tough for everybody. 150,000 people, and the government the size that it is, I get it. It needed to swell during COVID time so that there were programs that needed to be handled, and the governments were the only people that could do it. But those programs have expired. The funds are eventually going to run out, and the government needs to return to being a small-sized government for a town of 150,000 people, period. And falling. Why do we need, what is it, what's the numbers now, 12,500 people working in the government of Guam?
Absolutely, and that too, no question about it, plus the resources that have come in under the now permanent reimbursement of EITC. There's a lot to go through in this budgetary process, and so no, it's just if you don't juxtapose some of those funds against the general fund that's basically you've got an unchecked expenditure, and I'm not talking about backfilling salaries and things like that, but there may be some CapEx projects and some other things instead of building up, taking what looks like a savings.
Fix the schools. Fix the slummy schools that we've got. My God, what are we talking about? FBLG now needs to move into Ukadu, and that's going to reduce by, what, a quarter, a third, the amount of time that the kids are going to be in front of a teacher. We've got Southern High School that is supposed to be the ARC for the students at Ocean View Middle School, but all I'm hearing from from people at Ocean View Middle School is they ain't no big changes here. That facility is just as bad as our facility. We're sitting around talking about building a new hospital. I just, still wonder where the priorities are for this government and this administration. We've got cash. Let's do something with it.
And that's my point, Ray. That's why I wanted to define that for you.
You can't, as a member of the minority over at the legislature, but maybe the rest of the crew will grow a pair and stand up to the administration and say, no, we are the second branch of government. You have to work with us to move this town forward, as opposed to driving the bus by yourself. 8:30. See, now you got me all mad. Now there was a feast of the Immaculate Conception, and I was feeling all holy and full of the spirit of the saints, and now I'm just pissed off because I know that the legislature is going to need to do something about the business privilege tax, and the administration is going to cry poor. I'm going, wait a second, there's nobody poor in the government of Guam. Stop giving away holidays, for God's sakes. Why does every day after Thanksgiving have to be a holiday for government of Guam employees? There's no value added for the people of Guam, for the rest of the community.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. And so a lot of the bills that I worked with Senator Moylan on, our team is working on ensuring that we can reintroduce, whether it's with co-sponsors across the aisle if some are interested. But we definitely are going to work closely on those things because they're ready to go. It's just a matter of, unfortunately, the committees wouldn't hear them. So that's going to be a big part of my agenda as well. I'm hoping, Ray, that this body will see the wisdom in overriding Bill 11, but if not, it will be among the first of approximately 5 bills that I plan to introduce on the first session.
I can hardly wait for that first session of the legislature. Chris, I'm going to let you go run. You have a fantastic... One last thing, just conservative talk here. Are we going to be able to blame Trump for the loss in Georgia?
What I think is...
I'm reading about it, and the last time we lost Georgia, everybody was Trump. He did not seem to be very, very active, at least in my observations, in this recall, not the recall election, but in the second election that they've had down there. And it looks like he's going to, for his part, avoid some blame for the loss to the Republicans.
Well, what I think is, and I'm watching some of the national discussion on this, and, even on Guam, of course, I'm going to spend this term also rebuilding. I'm working with some people that are interested in running the next term. So I'm doing a lot of that inter-office stuff. The thing is that I think what consensus we have to come to as conservatives is we need to identify where we're going, and it's got to be forward. Okay, I think we need to keep an eye on what happens with elections and be hawkish and dog down on that issue too, state by state and whatever else. But strategically, and our approach to this has to be forward-looking. You look at Governor Kemp, you look at DeSantis, you look at a lot of the real successes, right? Virginia, all the other issues that have been positive for the Republicans. It's really been about a forward-thinking march, right? And so I think that this early voting situation, we need to mobilize better. There's so many different things. We need to become a reinvented new Republican Party that's looking forward. Now, and I'm not saying that doesn't deal with Trump, but I think Trump and his organization, even himself, has to, kind of reflect in the next few days and figure out how we come out in the next year, saying it's got to be a forward-looking, process. And I think that, if anything that might have dogged us a little bit is the fact that we were ground down a little bit in some of the issues that are behind us. And I think the people on Guam and even nationally are saying, okay, you know what are we going to do going forward? And I think that's going to be the charge for the Republicans to energize themselves and get ready for 2024.
Well, I got a feeling that that some of the things that we are going to have to say as conservatives and fiscal conservatives is everybody has to live within their own means, and that means that you also have to work for those means. I think there's a lot of people here that are comfortably poor that stayed home at Election Day because, honestly, there was nothing wrong with their lives. I got a card. Somebody put some magic money in it every once in a while, and I can go eat aged steaks and tomahawks and lobster, and always got food for a fiesta and party. What's wrong? What are you people complaining about? And for whom work is an option. I think that mentality has to change around here. I think there's a lot of people that need to be told, we will continue to support you with these federal funds for your food, but you've got to show us that you're at least trying to find a job out there somewhere.
Absolutely. You know, election night, I did attribute most of our difficulty to voter turnout, and I can show you, Ray, all the big five. We're talking about Tamuning, Barragata, Jedido, Sigo, Manila. All the big five were barely over 50%, with Tamuning and I believe Jedido coming in under 50 or just at 50%. That's an unwinnable election on any equation when you're dealing with an incumbent with all the goodies that are out there. But going forward, I believe you're absolutely right. And you look at operations like Trades Academy, they're doing an amazing job, Ray. I mean, that new building up there, it's not very new, but it's new. You look at their operation up there. I mean, there are jobs to be had and good jobs to be had, and we have to start making sure that from a government perspective, we're doing everything we can to steer our people towards that direction. Bird and his team, it's an amazing. I mean, even if you just go there and get your safety officer ticket right now, you're going to be on the job site tomorrow.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that's a good paying job. That's safety guys. Safety guys. You don't grow them on trees here. I was looking at it this morning in the back page of the Guam Daily Post. There's a job opening at a law firm. I got Sumitomo that's hiring virtually, and these are all skilled trades. Obviously, welders, riggers, heavy equipment operators. We've got construction scuba diver, and you can go to Axe Murderer right now and probably talk to somebody that can help you get skilled up for that. GMH is hiring all kinds of nurse positions and all kinds of positions, obviously, that require some kind of a scrub or a little bit of training. But I think, for a lot of our people that want to get a start in the business, that might be a good place to go. I mean, they're not going to be able to fill all of these positions with experienced people, so they just might hire folks that just want to work, learn on the job, get a good job over at Guam Memorial Hospital, and train themselves up as they go. USSI is hiring troubleshooting, maintenance, motors, gen sets, little learners, senior bookkeeper over at Rocky Mountain Precast. We got a couple of bus driver opportunities over at King Bus Tours and Sanko. And what did we not just go through a boot camp at GCC for bus driving? We did.
There you go.
So the jobs are out there, but nobody is going to go get them if we keep just kind of feeding them for no work. Another
reason to have every emergency scrutinized and that spending scrutinized by the legislature to say, this money needs to be redirected more towards training opportunities, getting our people back to work, and working with mayor's offices, everywhere we can to knock on doors and say, look, guys, time to get to work, and there's plenty of opportunities.
Yeah, let's get that done. Chris, it's always fun talking with you, Senator. I hope I get an opportunity. Otherwise, I'm going to let you go so you can do whatever prep you need to as Blessed Mother makes her way past your place.
9:30 Mass. Take care, my friend.
All right, bro. 8:38 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Lots and lots to talk about. I'm sure we got to do a last big look at news and headlines on the other side. While the commercials are playing, I'm going to leave this up on the screen because I want to make sure that this is a most attended event. It's going to be at Pirates Cove Saturday at noon. Author Don Farrell. And just a great guy, Don Farrell. Historian Don Farrell is going to be there, and he's going to be signing books. I think you can buy the books, but if you're like most people I know, you probably already have 1 or 2 or 3 of his books on the shelf. Gather them up, bring them by Pirates Cove, and get them autographed by the man, Don Farrell. It's 8:39 in the morning, and our last big look at news and headlines is coming up next.
Half a day, Guam. Chili's is going local and adding new items to the menu. All your Guam favorites with the Chili's twist. Hear and taste the excitement of Chili's sizzling stir fry, made with your choice of chicken, beef, or shrimp, and everyone's favorite Chili's signature fajita sauce. Or put your taste buds to the test with the heat of the Denancy glazed roast chicken or the fall off the bone tender St. Louis ribs. Try all these dishes and more at Chili's. More life and great local favorites happen here.
Happy holidays, Guam! From now through January 13th, the Guam Visitors Bureau is giving you a chance to win $150 in cash just by sharing your Christmas spirit. Each week, GVB will announce the theme of the week, so take your best photo or video and upload to visitguam.com/Instagram to enter for a chance to win $150 in cash. Winners will be announced every Friday. Brought to you by GVB, making Guam a better place to celebrate this season of giving.
It's not a motorcade. It is not a motorcade. And now Namana just sent me a video. I might be able to get this up on the screen. I know Joe did. I know Joe sent me a copy of it. But for some reason, I cannot make it play. But there's a video, and I can't really make out the village yet because it's still small on my screen. But it's a video of the Santa Maria Camelin, and it's going a whole lot faster now. That's on that screen. You just take a look at it's going kind of fast, isn't it?
I didn't even get to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, it's just, wow, slow down. What's the hurry? Well, you got to make it through all of the parishes before 5 in the afternoon when it makes its way back down to Agana. It will make a loop around the church, and that's as close as you're going to get to a procession. That one, I believe you can follow along with it. But Santa Maria Camelin, obviously on the road here this morning. And
so they're not stopping anywhere? They're just driving by even the churches, or do they actually
They will stop at the church.
Okay.
Okay, so what we got from Father William the other day was she will stop at the church and they will pray a decade of the rosary.
Okay.
Are you looking at me like you don't know what that is?
Mm-hmm.
That's 10 beads, Donna.
Yeah.
That's still a lot.
It's
10 beads.
they're going to do
the glorious mystery.
Yeah, we'll do a mystery, and then an Our Father, and then 10 Hail Marys.
Okay.
God, I'm just thinking about the rosary, and I'm missing my Auntie Annie.
Wow.
I'm just thinking about my
Did
Auntie
she
Annie.
make you pray the rosary?
She was the family tetza.
Oh, okay.
And so between my mother and Shelley and my grandmother and I, we kind of keep count with her. And one of the reasons why we loved our Auntie Annie Berdalio's rosaries was she was fast. She was fast. But on occasion, the decades were a little slimmer than they needed to be. It was always kind of fun. Auntie Annie, you know the third mystery? Yeah, you were short. How bad? 2. Anybody notice? All the nuns. All of the nuns notice. Anyway, 8:42 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. We got our last big look at news and headlines. Donna D, what happened? What's going on?
No motion was made yesterday on Senator Amanda Shelton's revision of Bill 257 that would mandate increases in COLA payments for government retirees. Senator Tello Taitigui says the new version should be based on the economic climate of today's cost of living and not an unjustified number. It's unclear if another attempt will be made to submit the corrected version of Bill 257 for session. And the U.S. Air Force delivered packages to 2 remote islands of the FSM yesterday, continuing the decades-long tradition of Operation Christmas Drop. The boxes contained much-needed goods such as fishing hooks, fishing lines, mosquito nets, medical supplies, and educational materials. This year, over 200 boxes were made to be delivered to 57 islands. And the statue of Guam's patroness, Santa Maria Camelin, has started her tour around the island for the Feast of the Immaculate Conception. She is currently scheduled to be at St. Anthony before heading to Blessed Diego de San Vitores in Tumon at 9 o'clock and to GRMC, Santa Barbara Church, and St. John Paul Shrine in Estumbo within that hour. In the 10 o'clock hour, the statue will head to Santa Bernadita in Machinao and Our Lady of Lourdes in Jigo. Residents are reminded that this is not a motorcade. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point. Now back to Rick.
I just want to be in all the selfies. I got Ernie Murphy just sent me a note here. She has just passed by GMH. I mean, like real time. They just went by GMH, he says. So wherever they were headed after GMH is where they're moving to now. Like I said, we need to have one of these companies that does location devices.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what we should have done.
We'll have Charlie Hermosa follow it around with the drone.
After GMH is the Tumon Church.
Who's got the WhatsApp on this? Where's the WhatsApp that I can log into and then I can get the send location to the blessed? Does the Blessed Mother have send location on her WhatsApp? Does she have a new phone that might have the WhatsApp thing going? 8:44 on the Ray Gibson Show. Going to hell. That's what's going to happen to me. More incredible conversation on the way. I'm going to say incredible because there is an incredible opportunity for the hospitality industry that maybe only a couple of people know about. And I'm one of them. And I will share it with you right after these.
It's not an accident to live a healthy, long life. It's a choice. The food you eat, the water you drink, the air you breathe. A deep, restful sleep along with exercise will put you on a good path to live a healthier, longer life. At NutriWay Systems, we choose to help people find the right solutions to live a longer, healthier life. Make the right choice. NutriWay Systems. Come by our office today. We are located on the second floor of the Daily Plaza in Dededo, or give us a call at 671-864-7867.
Farewell ANZ Bank. You've been an excellent corporate citizen for 30 plus years. And yes, we're competitors, but we're sorry to see you go. Now let us address the bank's customers. Bank Pacific's arms are wide open to accept your banking needs, whether it be to handle your savings, commercial checking, merchant business, or consumer or commercial loan needs. We're open on Saturdays in 4 convenient locations and have excellent online banking services. And we're staying, for as you might know, where others put branches, we place roots. Equal opportunity lender, member FDIC.
No, not onions on screen right now. We were talking earlier about potards, and the coffee wife said, no potards today. Wrong day of the week. It's Thursday, so we're doing pecans. Little pecan tarts over at the Infusion Place. Tattoo Shauna heard that and made a beeline, and her response is, num, 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 num. Got to take care of a couple other shouts to businesses. Beyond the Box opened, I'm sure, at the mall today. $200 off the MacBook Air M2. You can get that with 512 gigs for $16.99. AirTag loop accessories are 50% off, 20% off the 35-watt dual adapters. Those are now trading at $55 and 20 cents. $100 off the Nothing phone, which is absolutely terrific. Love the camera on that one. And for those of you that are looking for cases, they've got cases for all kinds of iPhones. Going back to the iPhone 11 and the SE, and you can get those at crazy discounted prices. And at $10 here, the iPhone 11, you can get a case there for $1 at Beyond the Box. All right, stocking stuffers for those of you that don't. I'll feel the need not to upgrade. Sorry, Doug Moylan, don't see anything in here that will take care of what did he say it was, the iPhone 3 that he had?
Yeah,
I think 4 is Klitsky. I think he said he's got the 3S or something like that. Just one of those. Now, can you do? Has anybody? Golly, how do I want to say this? I just want to say it. Every single one of my Facebook friends, hot or not, are doing lenses.
Lensa.
The Lensa app. The Lensa AI app. Okay, so the way it works, let's see if I can get, let me get a picture of a friend of mine and put it up on, save. Okay, I saved it. Now I got to go here and get that, and then I'm going to forward to ThePOINT WhatsApp and get it up on the screen. Okay, so I'm gonna show a picture of a friend of mine, and her nickname is Rock Hard. Yeah, I know. She is cool. So Rock Hard, and she's absolutely gorgeous in person. And she did a Lensa, which is an AI thing. And
I see.
Yeah.
It's trending right now.
Everybody's doing AI pictures.
Man, it looks really
Everybody is doing AI pics. And all I can think of is, okay, I want to do one of mine. So I downloaded the Lensa yesterday. Because I've got this idea of what I'd like my AI portrait to look like, and it said, okay, well you got to send us a bunch of selfies, and the problem that I have is most of the selfies that I have or pictures of me, profile pictures are I'm wearing sunglasses. So I don't know that that's going to look good in whatever the AI things. Anyway, and then I also accidentally loaded up another picture of just a different guy completely. I was going fast. I was going fast. But anyway, so there's a bunch of people who have been playing around with these things and really turning out some great looking AI art. And I'm going, okay, I want to do this. So it is possible that while there might be a certain amount of the day that is going to be set aside for prayer and being sanctimonious, whatever it is, there might also be some time where I will be manipulating a bunch of Lensa pictures and see what they come out like. On the other hand, if you've got a whole bunch of pictures of me and you'd like to do the AI thing, you're more than welcome to do that as well. In 10 minutes, it'll be 9 o'clock in the morning. Did I need to take a break?
Yeah, you can if you want to.
Okay. I'll take the break. And I promised I was going to tell you guys about a great opportunity in the hospitality game that is going on right now. And as I said, there's not a whole lot of people that are even aware of it. It will go into effect sometime in 2023. That story and some thoughts behind it coming up after these.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Oh, that's sweet. Vince Polino's online. Says, hey, Ray, since you're not on jury duty, my wife has you on all over the house. Facebook, radio, YouTube, just in case the meta group sabotages our accounts. I appreciate that. Thanks, Vince. Just incredible. Nice to have you along for a day that I wouldn't normally be here. I'm just crazy excited, thrilled, because it's Thursday. Yeah, it's the first Thursday in like 4 months that I've been able to finish the show in real time. So I'm crazy happy about being with you. Try the Subway series for lunch today. An all-new menu of 12 chef-inspired sandwiches now available at all Subway locations here and in Saipan. Enjoy a whole new way to Subway. Simply order any Subway series sandwich by name or number, and Subway's sandwich artists will do the rest. Subway, eat fresh. In the World Cup, we were talking about one of the things that was going on that was irking certain members of the community, LGBTQ types that are going, wait a second. This thing in Qatar, they're not the same as us. They don't follow the same rules, and they get mad if we walk around with rainbow clothes or things that are that are too gay for their morality police out there. To which their response was, "Not everybody's an American. Sorry, not everybody is into this whole LGBTQ thing that you guys, with your disco parties and raves. Not everybody does that, and you're the guest in our home. So please abide by our wishes." At any rate, and Muslims down there, right? Good Muslims, bad Muslims. I don't know how you want to categorize that, but they've got their own rules and their own versions of what is acceptable to them and what is not acceptable to them. And we've got similarities here in the Pacific, in the Indo-Pacific region. And one of the places, got this up on the screen. I'm going to explode this so you can read it a little bit more in kind of real time. A big problem for Aussie travelers headed to Bali as Indonesia has passed a controversial bunch of laws making sex outside marriage punishable by jail sentences. This is for everybody. This is for everybody, not just the residents. If you are a tourist and you are cohabitating in a hotel with another tourist and you are not married, you could be arrested and thrown in the clink there. Indonesia will pass controversial new laws banning sex outside of marriage. Living with partners before marriage also banned. When the law passes on December the 15th, unmarried couples face up to a year behind bars if caught breaking strict laws. And new rules will apply to foreign residents and tourists, including visitors to Bali. Now, there's some conversation about the steps that are going to be required in order to put this in place and then enforce it. But it has already got people talking about what the impact is going to be on the hospitality industry. Not everybody that goes and stays in a hotel room are married to each other. Imagine that. So the opportunity that we have here, and I'm not saying we're a bunch of sinners, but we don't have to have that kind of law in place. We don't have to have that morality law in place or enforced. And we ought to tell people that in Australia. We ought to tell people all over Asia that. Well, it looks like for you, couples that are shacking up, living in sin, looks like for you guys, Bali might be off your travel list. Guam will allow you. People of we ain't making any judgments here.
Yeah, come over here.
We can stay in all of our fancy. And I'm thinking, I don't know how to market that. You know, hey, are you living in sin? Are you shacking up here? Are you just having sex before marriage? If that's you, then come on and visit Guam. Go frolic in our infinity pools.
It's
Go hang
the
out
bang
and
tour.
Yeah, you said bank tour, right?
Yeah,
I wasn't sure what I heard there. Okay, so we've got it. You've got these opportunities. It's Love Island. We'll call it a Love Island theme, right? You know,
do like a fantasy kind of thing. Fantasy Island.
What the hell? You're not going to Bali. Let's rip off everything that they've got. Let's have people walking up and down Tumon and Epal Beach giving up massages. You want to do something like that? What else do they do down in Bali? That's
spray tans.
Spray tans. We'll do spray tans here. Couple massages. That go. We don't care. If you're married, great. Not married, we don't care. But it's going to. We'll have our couple massages in a spa that's in the shape of, I don't know, a heart. You know, and we'll. Where do they have? I think it's down in Telefofo, right?
Yeah.
Where they have that park with all of the damuts, the statues.
Oh, yeah.
You know which one I'm talking about, right? So we could turn that into, like, you know, central gathering location for all of these people. You know, this is Guam. This is Fertility Island. This is Fertility Island. Do you know how many babies we deliver here on Guam?
Man.
The Koreans that are coming out here on these birthing tours that they have, maybe we could further reinforce that. Why don't you come and enjoy Guam before you get married, see if you like each other, see if the parts fit, you know, work together, and then get married and come back to Guam and have your baby. It's going to have dual citizenship. We could package this thing all the way through. And I'm wondering out loud, and I mentioned this to former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez. James Howard says they sell the best mushroom shakes in Bali.
No, thank you, man.
You know, James, I always like your input here because you remind. I've never been to Bali. We actually had reservations. We were gonna go, and then the terrorists blew up the tourist district. And I thought, you know, maybe Tokyo looks good. Tokyo, a little bit closer. Great Japanese food. Let's go to Tokyo. And that's what we ended up doing. Never made it down to Bali. And one of these days, I'd love to go. I mean, it sounds like a fascinating place. But I will either have to go alone or get married. One or the other. So I'm thinking, well, there's got to be a way. I'd love to see, you know, not every hotel here on Guam is getting the refurb treatment. Not every hotel is getting rehabilitated. But we've got this opportunity. We can figure out a clever way to market this. And then we could open up a whole bunch of, and I don't want to say love hotel because that has a negative connotation in Japan. You know, it's just some place where...
the coin-operated bed?
Yep.
The mirror on the ceiling?
There's you don't have that? I thought all of the houses.
Everybody's got one of those.
Yeah, Hyundai built them all that way, isn't it? Santa Rita to all the Hyundai houses on Guam had mirrors on the ceiling when they were new. I mean, I know a lot of the buildings are kind of old right now, and maybe some of the original parts are gone. But when they were new, all of the Hyundai houses had mirrors on the ceiling. But I digress. So I'm hoping that there might be a couple of hotels that will kind of brand themselves as hotels for lovers, whether you're married or not. And just, you know, we're going to build up this experience, and everything that we do will be aimed literally at couples. You got kids? Well, you know what? PIC is the hotel that you want to stay at. You got kids? Maybe onward with the water park. Maybe that's going to be a little bit more your speed here. I mean, if you're coming in with your parents, definitely not this hotel. No, this the hotel scamming, ramming, and jamming is what we're talking about going on a 24-hour day basis, and then turn the thing into some place where people can go. Enjoy some great intimacy, some private moments, which are hard to get in the city. You know what I mean? And then get back on the plane. And if they decide that they're going to get married, imagine great honeymoon opportunities, right? Those are along the ideas that I'm thinking of here. Given this opportunity, that Bali is no longer interested in this, and they had an opportunity to put a carve out in the legislation, but I don't think they went ahead and did it. They were trying to don't know, a couple of loopholes that they were trying to close up in old law and old language. But I think it might be a step too far for these guys. Oh man, that is nice. Charlie Hermosa. I'll put this up on the screen. Charlie Hermosa just sent me a great image here that many of you will remember from a couple of rounds of incredible drone shows. Isn't that nice? Thanks, Charlie. I appreciate that. Hey, listen, I got the last hour of the program coming up here in a second. Lots and lots to talk about, plus whatever it is that you want to bring to the table. We are KUSG Agatnia. Pika's best is 93.3 The Point.
An appeal filed. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. The Biden administration has announced an appeal of a court ruling that would lift Trump-era asylum restrictions that first took effect in March 2020, denying migrants rights to seek asylum on the grounds of spreading COVID-19. The restrictions were put in place under former President Trump at the outset of the pandemic. Federal investigators say the suspect in the shooting at a gay nightclub in Colorado Springs last month was on their radar.
Anderson Aldrich was arrested after being accused of threatening to blow up their entire family last year. Aldrich was booked on suspicion of felony menacing and kidnapping. But under a relatively new law in Colorado, the case was sealed. The district attorney said after last month's shooting he was hoping to be able to share more about that case, but so far nothing's been released. Now the FBI says they were informed of the suspect after getting a tip in June of last year and made an assessment after the threats made, but left the case in state hands. Aldrich's attorney says Aldrich is non-binary and goes by they, them pronouns. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
President Biden said to speak about an hour from now at a national vigil for victims of gun violence.
The president signed the most significant gun safety legislation in 30 years this summer, but he feels it's not enough. He believes that we need to do more, and he's been very vocal about that.
Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre, who adds the president continues to call on Congress to pass a ban on assault weapons. 13 years in prison for former Theranos executive Ramesh Sunny Balwani for his role in the company's blood testing hoax. His sentence slightly longer than CEO Elizabeth Holmes, his former girlfriend and accomplice in one of Silicon Valley's biggest scandals. On Wall Street, the major indexes ended the day mixed. The Dow added just a point. The Nasdaq minus 56. The S&P lost 7 points. America is listening to Fox News.
Hoffaday, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Attention federal employees and annuitants, GovGuam employees, GCA members, and Take Care members. A free open to the public health fair is every Saturday, November 5th to December 10th from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. at the Micronesia Mall. Learn more about Take Care's 2023 health plan offerings, wellness programs, provider network and fitness partner information, and much more. Free health screenings by FHP. Visit TakeCareAsia.com. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
The family of a black man in Michigan is suing an ex-officer in the city of Grand Rapids in civil court for excessive force leading to the man's death.
Patrick Leoya was shot and killed after a traffic stop last April. Lawyers laid out their case, saying then-Officer Christopher Schur profiled Leoya and deviated from training to subdue him, as attorney Van Johnson implies.
The law provides a police officer is absolutely required to use as little force as possible.
Attorney Ben Crump also represents the Leoya family.
You should not be sentenced to death for a traffic stop.
This civil suit is announced as Schur prepares to stand trial for second-degree murder. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Another possible side effect of COVID-19 lockdowns during the pandemic, fewer twins.
Data from the Centers for Disease Control shows the number of twin births fell 7% between 2019 and 2020, with the biggest drops in November and December 2020. Now, the study can't prove it's lockdown related, but counting back the months, it would coincide with the start of COVID-related closures, making fertility treatments that can lead to twin births less accessible. The single birth rate fell less, 3% that year. And the largest decline in twin births was for women over 40 who are most likely to use infertility treatment. Twin rates started to go back up at the end of 2021. Chris Foster, Fox News.
The ACLU of Missouri is suing a suburban Kansas City school district over its policy of automatically removing any challenged library material before it's reviewed. The lawsuit, filed on behalf of 4 parents in the district, comes after a parent in April challenged the children's book Cats vs. Robots, This is War, because it includes a non-binary character. The book was removed from shelves while a committee reviewed it, and the school board then voted to permanently remove it from elementary school libraries. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
It's a holiday sale at American Water Tech in Tamooni. Get the Aquaflow or Hydrotech reverse osmosis drinking water system installed for $785. And that includes 1 free service, a $260 value, and 1-year limited warranty. There's also the Connecticut home water softener system for $2,975. That includes 2 free services valued at $380 and a 1-year limited warranty. Call American Water Tech at 671-649-2301 or go to their website for more information at www.americanwatertech.com. Sale ends December 30th, 2022.
Pacific Points is turning 2 years, and we're giving away 2 million points. Imagine what you could do when you win up to 2 years worth of free Shell fuel, Foodies products, or rebates on your IT&E bill. Receive entries into our monthly and grand prize drawings when you sign up for Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points at Shell, Foodies, and IT&E when you refer your friends, and more. Go to PacificPoints.com for details and see more ways to enter. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
It's not an accident to live a healthy, long life. It's a choice. The food you eat, the water you drink, the air you breathe. A deep, restful sleep along with exercise will put you on a good path to live a healthier, longer life. At NutriWay Systems, we choose to help people find the right solutions to live a longer, healthier life. Make the right choice. NutriWay Systems. Come by our office today. We are located on the 2nd floor of the Daily Plaza in Dededo, or give us a call at 671-864-7867.
My turn now. Portions of the Ray Gibson Show. That is the name of this thing, right?
Yeah.
Brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also, the team over at Wendy's, and there's a Wendy's near you now. Might have the Santa Maria Cumberland might be in the drive-through though right now, because everybody gets hungry, and she's heard about the bacon, egg, and Swiss croissant, the sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant. You can get yourself one of those things with the seasoned potatoes. $4 for the package. It's a really, truly great deal. Oven-baked bacon, savory sausage, hot and crispy potatoes. You're not going to want to put it down. I don't think you'll be able to put it down. Behind every great deal at Wendy's, an even greater breakfast. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now. 888-8255.
Oh, man. Oh, dude, I'm sorry. You know what I just realized?
What?
Celebrity birthdays. I forgot, and it's Donna. And
She's listening.
No, it doesn't count. I don't know. It's just fun because I'll say a name, and I'll think, okay, she's not going to know who this is. And she's like, oh, I know. Yeah, I know what movie. Or I'll say another name, and I'll go, it's going to be all about Donna. She's going to know everything about this actress or the actor or whatever. And she just kind of gives me that look like, is that a human? Is that a real person? Anyway. All right, I'll work. Start it now. Do we have? Did you find Frank? Daru.
Oh, yeah, no.
Okay. What about who else did I want to find?
That was it. Yeah, and Vince Ariola, but I've been trying him and no.
Never mind. I got Cy. Never mind.
We're supposed to have Ernest though today.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
I'll listen for the noise because he's loud. At any rate. As we're putting together the last hour of the program here today, and it's so weird for me to do this because most of the time I'm at jury duty on Thursdays, and somebody asked me when that's going to end. And the truth of the matter is, jury duty I don't think ever really ends for anybody. They say that when I'm 65, I will be taken off the list. Now, the idea that I've sat on the jury, the jury panel for the grand jury. I'm not entirely sure what the rules are on that. I think they can bring me back, not for a grand jury, but they might be able to bring me back so I can sit on a pettit jury or be called for pettit jurors. And so I don't know what the answer to it is. All I'm hoping now is that I get to 65 without them calling me again.
Oh yeah.
And I just say, I done my time, and jury panel J, come on, man, that's got to count for something. That's got to give me a couple of years off, and then hopefully the rotation, whatever the mechanics they use over there, will just keep me out of it until I'm 65. I've never wanted to get older as fast as I do now. I mean, like when I was 12 or 13, I wanted to be like 16, drive a car, hang out with chicks, whatever. And that was the last time I remember wanting to grow up fast. After I got to be like in 21, 22 years old, all I can think of was, whoa, slow down now. Slow it down, Brown. This is good. Let me just enjoy this for the ride for as long as I possibly can. And I have. And I hope that I will get to be very, very healthy and live for an awful long time, if for no other reason than just to annoy my political opponents. It's 10 after 9 o'clock in the morning. So celebrity birthdays. I didn't do this yesterday because I didn't have the list yesterday. Yeah. Supply chain issues.
Oh, that's
yeah,
right.
it's like that. So Ellen Burstyn is 90. Don't ask me who she is. I was kind of hoping that would be one of the Donna names. Tom Waits, musician, songwriter, progressive guy, 73 years old. The NBA legend, Larry Bird, is 66 years old.
Ah, the Bird man.
Right. It's like the only white guy on the team, right?
Yes.
Okay, so happy 66th birthday to him. C. Thomas Howell. The movie is
Pony Boy.
Yeah.
Right?
Pony Boy in the Red Dawn.
No, Outsiders.
Oh, wait. Pony Boy in Outsiders, but he was also in Red Dawn.
In Red Dawn.
Right? He's the one that kind of lost,
yeah.
With the ate the heart. No, it's good. I like it. No, I want some more. Give me some more.
Yeah.
Anyway, he's 56 years old. Jennifer Carpenter from Dexter is 43. Jack Houston in the Boardwalk Empire, which is one of the best shows ever on. It's like Goodfellas, like the mafia thing, but set in the 1920s, the Prohibition era.
It was period. It was very good period.
Yes.
Period.
Great actors and actresses. I thought, including the guy, the World War I victim that had to have his face blown off, and the special effects that they did with that character, just unbelievable. It is among many things. This would have come out on the 7th, and in the States they'll do the whole Pearl Harbor Remembrance Day. Today is the 7th there, 8th here on Guam, and for many people, the 8th is the beginning of the Second World War. Cotton Candy Day, Letter Writing Day, etc. Now, as far as birthdays for today are concerned, because all of those were yesterday. Birthdays today include the incredible Kim Basinger, is 69 years old. And before there were 50 Shades of Grey, she was in that movie with Mickey Rourke. You remember? Before all of the surgeries.
That was a big one.
Yeah, before all of the surgeries and botched operations that Mickey Rourke had. Hot movie. She's 69 years old. Terry Hatcher is 58 years old. Can you remember what she was in off the top of your head?
She was Stallone's sister in Tango and Cash, I think.
Wow.
She was a stripper, I think, in that movie.
Wow. Yeah. Tango and Cash.
I'm
just loving the reference. I'd forgotten that movie. Bumpin' Uglies was the first time I'd ever heard that phrase was in that movie, Tango and Cash. Can I watch that? Is that on Netflix?
Yeah.
Is it possible that it might be able to scare up that movie? All right, Terry Hatcher, you're right. Hottie, 58 years old. Nicki Minaj is 40, and she's at that point, I think, in her rap career where she's no longer what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of hot and aggressive singer. I think she's moving to the point where, like Snoop Dogg, Nicki Minaj will soon be on Sesame Street episodes. You know what I mean? They're going to get to that point in her rapping career. Well, I was as edgy and arty-farty in the beginning and a lot of four-letter words, but now I just want to have a dialogue with the Count on Sesame Street, just like all of the mainstream rappers get to do. It's Brownie Day.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're talking about the food or the Girl Scouts. Happy Brownie Day to you. And Christmas Tree Day. And I was looking at a friend of ours, Cass, who is remarking that she is not doing a Christmas tree this year. She's going to take that money and use it for the forces of good and not evil. Congratulations to you. And is also doing something. Oh, Tomorrow Never Dies. Mark Cruz says Tomorrow Never Dies. Terry Hatcher, Lois in Superman TV with Dean Cain, and The Housewives. Oh, my God.
Housewives.
God, I'm stupid. How did I... I watched that show. It was not because I wanted to. That was what was playing on the TV in the living room, and I'd watch it and go, yeah. Okay, but Tomorrow Never Dies. That's the good one because that's the one that they made the best video game ever of all time. The best James Bond video game is that one. Anyway, 9:14. 888-8255-888-TALK. I'm looking to see in the table of contents to make sure I've covered as much of this as I possibly could. It's tough today. It always tough doing talk radio around the holidays, because what you generally end up with around the holidays is a lot of kind of lackluster news stories, which aren't terribly consequential to anybody, but you get that, and then who's there? Oh, Ernest is here finally. But you got that, and then you do a lot of interviews. We set up a lot of interviews for which we're about to roll into now for the holidays and holiday get-togethers and activities like the thing we did with the Seroptimus yesterday. Tell you what, 9:15. Send me up a real quick break so I can get everybody seated and ready to do one of those Christmas time holiday interviews. Be right back.
Guam Regional Medical City is the center of excellence for general and minimally invasive surgeries like colonoscopy, dialysis and vascular access, gallbladder, skin and soft tissue, gastrointestinal tract, hernia repair, spleen, select liver and pancreas diseases, upper endoscopy, and more. Schedule your appointment with GRMC today by calling 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4762. For more information, visit us at grmc.gu.
Half a day. Burger King fans rejoice. The new Italian Royal Crispy Chicken is now available. Crispy white meat breast filet topped with warm marinara sauce, melty mozzarella cheese on a toasted brioche bun. Top this off with jalapeno bites and a refreshing Coke Zero. Of course, like all good things, the Italian Royal Chicken will only be available for a limited time. Happy holidays from your friends at BK in Tumon Bay, Hagåtña, the Micronesia Mall, and the airport. You rule.
All three stations, all three morning shows. Thanks to all the listeners for Pika's Best, Choice Broadcasting has swept the top three best radio stations. The Point, Boss 104, and Star 101. Top three radio personalities, Kyle Mandapat, Ray Gibson, and Daryl Lizama. Put the power of Pika's Best to work for you. If you're an advertiser, call 671-888-7346 for information, rates, and packages. And let us get your message out to Pika's Best listeners with Pika's Best Broadcasters. And thanks for listening to Pika's Best.
9:15 in the morning, Ray Gibson Show. And as I said, this is what we get at the holidays. We got holiday interviews. And sure enough, here comes Ernest Ochoco going, Christmas extravaganza this weekend. Hey, Brad, how you doing?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm feeling extravagant.
Well, I don't know about extravagant, extra and flamboyant for sure, but
yes.
that's why we invite you, because for the time that you're in the studio, I'm not the loudest guy here.
Oh, well, I think that would be no. That would not be the truth.
I still remember it was Mamma Mia, and I can't remember exactly what night it was, but so Mamma Mia is coming up, and he's doing some crowd prep and warming everybody up, and then just starts belting out song. And
that's right. Right. So yeah, I can take that. I can take that title of loudest.
Well, I forget though what a great performer you are, because most of the time we're just talking on the radio, or you're telling me about a show that you're doing or something like that. Kind of a behind the scenes kind of guy. But every once in a while, like you did that night at Mamma Mia, all of a sudden you get up there and you do your flair, and it's just fun to watch.
Oh, yeah, thank you so much. Yes, I have a tendency to flare whenever I want to. Yeah, but I'm mostly directing.
I borrowed that from the bartenders at TGI Fridays. Yeah, they get the flair competitions.
Yeah.
But there's something, like I said, extra and flamboyant about watching somebody that does it well. So I'd be happy to attribute that to you.
It gets uncomfortable when the bartenders carry me and throw me up and flare me.
Well, but everybody got to have a hobby. Okay, so Mark Cruz is correcting me. GoldenEye was the best 007 game. Thank you very much. No, he's right. I had the two confused, all right, because one is Pretty Russian and the other one is Terry Hatcher, who unfortunately is sacrificed to the cause in the beginning of GoldenEye, isn't it? I'm waiting for a response from Mark. Sorry, it's one of those things where it's retrieval from 5 minutes ago, and I need to bring that back again, because in my mind, it's funny, but maybe just in my mind. 18 after the hour. Now, he's not. Ernest is not the only guy in the studio. We'll put the camera, but I forget which one to use it on, Real Joe. Do you know which one it goes on?
Which one?
DJ Talent and Guest.
Go.
There it is. That's the one. That's the button I'm supposed to. In the studio is David Flores. Correct. Thank you very much. I remembered the name from exactly 2 minutes ago. All right, Dave, welcome to the program. Good to have you in the studio.
Thank you.
Now you are an artist of some regard as well, right? Yes, I'm trying not to underplay this. Now, Dave, as I understand, an instructor, and you're taking credit for helping my nephew RD learn to play the guitar and sing.
Yes.
How'd you do that?
I don't know.
Because I always think, I'd pass by his room and I would hear him. He was a kid, 11, 12 years old, and he starts belting out songs from whatever was popular on the radio at the time. And I thought, he's got some potential there.
Yeah.
And just kind of watched him grow into the character and into the voice that he's got. And then the repertoire. It always had a great memory. I don't know if you know this about RD, but I mean, you throw lyrics once, and then he's got it in his head. And you've worked with him on stage, right? Read the script once, on book, off book, ready to go.
Photographic
anytime.
memory that way.
Yeah. And smarter than virtually everybody else in the family.
Right.
Happy to shine his shoes in that regard. But how long you been in the music, teaching, singing game?
Boy.
I mean, it's possible we met, but I've got a beard, you've got a beard, and you're sporting the Kapua thing now. So I'm not. It's like I'm looking at the face, going, "Where have we made contact before?"
I don't know. I don't, because I've been off island for a long time. Been off for about 20 years.
Okay, that's a long time. I can't remember last week. So welcome back to Guam. Welcome home. So what did you do while you were gone for 20 years?
I was teaching out there.
Where?
Las Vegas.
Las Vegas.
Yes.
There's a lot of talent in Las Vegas.
Yeah, Las Vegas, the school district, Clark County, was always top 3 in the nation for fine arts, for the performing arts. So.
And so you were behind some of that, or did you just go, this is where I want to be? No, this is important now because there seems to be so little emphasis here for music and arts in the schools. So when I hear somebody saying, yeah, I came from someplace, and everywhere else had somebody that was teaching music and singing and arts and dancing, and Las Vegas, obviously, there's a place for you to go there, but maybe not so much around here, which is why it's de-emphasized so much. But tell me a little bit about your curriculum when you were out there.
One of the big things is that the library system has performing arts theaters. So all of the libraries have, and they're first class performing arts. They're not, usually about 200, 300 seats. But
in a library.
Yeah. So they've built them on as attachments, and so I've played there not just for concerts, but in the library system itself. The kids will come in, and you play for them, and that was a cool thing.
It sounds like a cool thing. I mean, like I said, the emphasis now on all of the arts, whether you're reading or writing, but having an opportunity to have people that might have been on the strip last night coming in and performing for you. There's there's so many different shows. There's so many different ways to entertain yourself and be entertained in Las Vegas. I can imagine it's never a dull moment.
And the casinos are very supportive of the arts. So like Carlos Santana, he donated over 1,000 guitars to the school system. And it was kind of sad because at the very end, the school I was at was the only one that was still using the guitars.
Wow.
So,
well, I imagine some of them might have walked away knowing that the Genesis included Carlos Santana.
No, because you rub shoulders with big people all the time. I mean, our after-school program, there was John Cena. Came in, and he was really nice. He talked to the kids. He didn't talk to the adults very much, but he talked to the kids. And at one time, he was homeless in Las Vegas and just living out of his car outside of the gym that he was working at.
Yeah.
So he would talk to the kids, and he was really nice. We were at a low-income school, so, they understood. But, you rub shoulders with the greats. Bill Swick over at the Performing Arts Academy. He won several Grammys with his program there for the guitar. So
it's so great to have that experience behind you. Of course, it'd be great if we were able to do the same things out here. We get our share of celebrity that comes through from time to time, but not too many opportunities for them to rub shoulders or make appearances in front of kids. Maybe if we had a little bit more of a built-up musical program. That doesn't necessarily mean at all that we don't have the talent. We've got incredible talent around here. Ernest Choco knows all of them by heart. He keeps an alphabetical listing in his head. But, off the top of my head, it's you go down to the Doucet and pretty much any night of the week. Thursday nights over at the what's the name of it? Tower of London.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, so just, it's just one of those things where you just go, okay, try to zone in. Like, where's the Santa Maria Camelin right now? Okay, where is Mike Hartendorf right now? Where is that guy?
Oh yeah, he's world class, Mike.
He's a magnet, if you will. He's like a magnet of talent surrounding the guy all the time.
Right. And he came from the GATE program.
Yes.
Yep. A lot of these guys, in fact, are the girl who is Jasmine in Broadway right now, headlining Broadway's Aladdin, is from the GATE program.
Incredible.
Yeah, and there's more and more people like that going all around the world from the GATE program.
Well, and then the other part of it is you got guys that were just born into it, got the genetics on it. I'm thinking of Trey Cunningham, and just an incredible artist. I'm still in awe. I've got a video of him. It was one of the last performances anywhere before the island got shut down for COVID. You remember they had this blues guy, the guy that was among the inspirations for the Blues Brothers.
Yes.
Was here on Guam. Him and another guy were playing blues down at TJ's in the Hyatt, also closed from COVID. And Trey was doing the keyboards, and I'm like,
and he was keeping up, and I was like, whoa, that's amazing.
Might have gotten practice during the sound check,
right?
But otherwise, just playing along. I'm sitting there in the corner with his mother, going, "Oh my God, this kid is just unstoppable out there," and the crowd absolutely loved it. So yeah, we got no shortage of talent around here. Just maybe a shortage of enough people that can help guide them, show them the power behind that talent and what they might be able to do with it. It's great to be able to hang around here for the occasional show or Christmas extravaganza. And let's talk about that. So what's going on this weekend?
So we have
I got to be at Pirates Cove at noon on Saturday.
Well, you can come to the evening show.
Okay, very good.
December 9th, 10th, and 11th. Curtain starts at 6 p.m. We have the Christmas extravaganza. We are showcasing a whole bunch of different schools from all around the island, a whole bunch of different talents. We've got instrumental ensembles. We've got, of course, Mr. Flores with his amazing talent, and amazing talented students are going to be performing guitar ensembles. We have Joanna
Electric,
Matanani.
acoustic. Lay down guitar. Do we have lay down guitars? Can we do something? The more I think about, I used to dabble when I was a kid in guitars and never really had the talent to be able to learn it. And I'm no good with notes and things like that. But I mean, just there's nothing like the sound of a slide against a guitar. There's a beautiful sound that you can.
Beautiful.
Yes,
when it just
just that. I mean, there's the blues connections to it, Hawaiian music connection to it, country music connection to it. There's just something about that, and there's so much emotion that you can wring,
and it's really authentic.
Very authentic. Well, I mean, the real authentic. You don't use a metal slide. You use the break off the neck of a beer bottle.
Yeah. Oh, is it that really?
Back in the day,
I had no idea.
Yeah, it was always
is that
done
even
with
safe?
No,
not at all.
It's not. It's all great guitar players. All great guitar players are missing at least one finger or a portion of a finger from having experimented with that. It's like all the best printers, one finger's missing. Guaranteed. It's just lost it in the machine. What can I say? But yeah. So how many guys are you going to be playing guitar with? He said ensemble.
Yeah, there's 4 because one is leaving off island. But it's a classical guitar ensemble. But we do play modern pop songs. So,
wow.
And stuff from the 80s and 90s too. So
there is something about nylon strings on an acoustic guitar.
Yeah.
Are they handmade guitars by any chance?
They're all student models, except for mine.
Okay, all right. Well, there's a guy. Don't blame it on the cha-cha-cha.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So he makes his own guitars.
Does he?
I think it was one of those things. Well, no, I don't know if he's selling them, but we ought to get him on the line one of these days and talk to him about it. Because I think it's a hobby that started during COVID-19. He didn't have anything else to do. He wasn't gigging over at the Santa Fe with Dr. Rock and Roll, and so he started building guitars, kit guitars and things like that. And now I think he goes out and gets his own wood.
Oh my gosh!
That's Dave, right? Dave Evans.
He harvests his own wood.
I said his name. Don't blame it on the cha-cha-cha.
Oh yeah, that's his name.
Yeah,
that's the official title of his.
Everybody knows him from that. But yeah, I think he's making his own stuff. And again, you take your talent, you take your love for the instrument, you take your love for music, and you get to a point going, okay, I could do this better. I'm going to make my own stuff. He's going to start working on his own pianos now. going to start making his own piano.
Wow, that's a lot.
I'm kidding. Then of course you got the other guys. So it sounds like there's going to be music from pretty much all kinds of backgrounds and all kinds of places.
From all over the island, and we also have community partners who are professionals, like you know, and we have a whole bunch of GATE alumni that are coming back to sing, and we have a special appearance from the cast of Little Shop of Horrors.
So, there's that.
You get to have a sneak peek of our show.
I'd forgotten to ask about Little Shop of Horrors. How are we doing? Are you off book yet? When
soon.
When do people buy tickets?
Cass is almost off book with music, and we have just started choreography, and it's looking amazing. And I'm not biased because I'm such a bi whenever it comes to the level of performance that I expect. So, but they're actually really fast. This is one of the fastest cats I've ever worked with.
So obviously you get the kids, but what about some of the grown-up art performers?
We have a whole bunch. Some from GDOE, some from the professional field. We've got some people from the military. Just everyone, community. Everyone's coming in.
Oh, this is going to be great.
Yeah, the same thing that I always do with every show. I want to make sure that we build community.
Do I have anybody from off island? Do I have a big star that I get to interview? A starlet?
Dave Flores.
Dave Flores.
Right here.
Hey, I'm at the thinking of a pretty Filipino, but okay. Dave
I think he's part Filipino. So. There you go.
So now with the music, different genres, different styles,
everything,
like everything.
So, and you know,
who's doing the Mariah Carey stuff?
Oh, me. With the whistle register and everything. No, I'm just kidding. But we do have a whole bunch of Disney. We have a whole bunch of Christmas classics that everyone will feel the Christmas spirit with. So bring your family and friends.
And don't forget the Baroque.
The Baroque
recorder ensemble.
I'm already Baroque. I don't have any money on me.
If it's not Baroque, don't fix
don't
it.
Fix it. So how do I get tickets? Where?
It's free, and it's at the Ganya Shopping Center. You guys can come in. We also have a station where you can create, and this is sponsored by the Gate Visual Performing Arts Group, right? So we've got Adele de Malanta from our Visual Performing Arts.
Hi, Adele.
Yeah, Adele. Yeah. And she's gonna put a station there where we can create
her when she was just a little kid.
Oh my God.
We'd get together with her folks, and Daddy would go, Ariel, program. And she would just get up and start singing and dancing. She couldn't have been 3 years old at the time. She was so good. I'm glad to see that she's
now
grown.
her daughter is in the program.
Oh my God!
Yeah, and
Brigitte. I'm not that old. Totally not that old.
So she's creating a little ornament area where you can create ornaments and bring it home with you. So we're providing all of the materials courtesy of Gate VPA.
Good. In memory of 2023.
Yeah.
So again, your shopping center. What time?
6 p.m. is curtain. You can come early because you know parking is going to be crazy.
There's a curtain there.
The metaphorical curtain. That's the start. So come in early, otherwise you might not find parking. So around 4 or 5 p.m. Have some food.
Go eat.
You know,
there's 18 places to eat there. Yeah,
and then and come and watch the show.
Gotcha.
Don't forget the dancers.
Oh, we got dancers from the Dance
USA
Academy.
Caesar Medina.
No, not that one. That's a different kind of show.
Oh, yeah. You know, it's Christmas in the clubs too.
It is. It's Christmas everywhere. Yeah, but we have the Guam Dance Academy that's going to be there with Caesar Medina. We've got so many people. We
put the artwork up already from Gisela
and also
Guile.
Gisela Guile is Gisela Guile, right? She's been around forever.
Yes,
since I was a little kid.
Yeah. I think the grandmother and I used to work together over at cable TV once upon a time.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And then so she has murals that all the children have put together. These giant murals of the nativity scenes. So those nativity scenes have been featured all over Europe. And now they're back on Guam.
And be-backs like Dave. So are you going to be here permanently, or are you headed back to Las Vegas?
Haven't decided, but when I go back, it's not going to be Las Vegas.
Yeah.
You ride that horse long enough, though. It's time to move on.
Yeah,
to the next horse.
It's Vegas, and you're never alone in Vegas. There's Chamorros everywhere there.
Yes, but when the Raiders moved in, the cost of living went up.
Oh, no.
And then they were even thinking of putting the marijuana dispensers around the stadium so that there wouldn't be any fighting.
Interesting connection. Well, but where does an artist go? I mean, after you've done Vegas, and I'm just kind of in my my head, I'm compartmentalizing, going, okay, Vegas, Elvis, you know, every actor, every musician, all the great producers that are out there, all the great techs that are out there, sound, lights. I mean, everything that you need literally is a phone call away for whatever kind of show, whatever stage that you need to put together. You can find all of the equipment to get it done. So where does an artist, a performer, and a coach go to you know, explore the next?
Well, I've been recruited out of Florida and Texas, but the most exciting.
Any Chamorros in Texas too?
Yes,
growing number of Chamorros in Florida. You can find red rice, bro.
But up in Alaska, and there's a lot of Chamorros in Alaska.
Yeah, Sandra Rage is listening right now, going, "Where in Alaska are you talking about?"
Yeah, so that's probably where I would go next, because building guitar ensembles is one of my specialties. So Las Vegas was one of those places. So Texas, of course, recruited highly, and so did Florida. But
and Disney also tried to recruit him, and he refused Disney, and now he's here.
No, he should have gone to Disney. We need a Kipuha in It's a Small World.
Don't worry, we're working on that.
Yeah, there's got to be something on that order. Is there any place on a website where people can get all of the rest of the information that I'm sure I ignored?
Yes, we will be posting up the information on our IG account. So go to Guam _ wait, hold on.
I'm on. It's okay. I'm on Instagram. I'm on
sure.
Instagram all the time.
Are you?
Yeah.
So it is Gate _ VPA Theater. So check that out on Instagram, Gate _ VPA Theater, and we'll also be on Facebook very, very soon. But check us out and like and subscribe and all that good stuff.
See everything that's happening. Now, what about people that need to start making plans for Little Shop of Horrors? When do you think that's going to happen?
That will be in April. So
okay, so still
right
plenty
after
of time.
Holy Week. Right after Holy Week, we will be performing.
Interesting timing. I'm going to do this after Holy Week.
Yeah, because we want to be holy first. Get all the blessings, then
Here
get the show.
We got Broadway singing babies. I can't say that. It's a gate program, and there's children there, so we have to be very, very careful. There will be adults, but it's not adult themed. Joe knows what I'm talking about, right? Listen, guys, thanks so much for coming by and helping me.
Thank you. It's always
spend some time on Talk Radio. No, the pleasure is always mine, because I know with you, I never have to worry about where any lines are when you're here, because I know we can just dance all over them. Pleasure to meet you, Dave. Appreciate you coming back to Guam, and looking forward to an opportunity to interview you again, and maybe after a couple of years in Alaska or Texas or Florida, and find out what you've been able to sort out. I do got to ask though, as you have lived other than Guam, I can tell by the beard, the top knot, and the Sinahi that you've got on, that you've got a very, very strong connection to Guam. Did it get stronger while you were off island?
No, because it's always been strong. So last few years with my grandfather was when it started, but it's always been strong.
Yeah.
So when I go out there, I wrote a couple of songs for the kids to perform. So it was funny because it was like a white demographic area.
Okay.
And they're all singing Chamorro. There was one song, Mangi Ikelagwin Gui.
You got to hear it.
They loved
We'll send it to you.
They loved it. And then we sang another one in Rohan. Those were both songs I wrote and arranged. So they enjoyed that. And the kids always are interested in the Chamorro culture. When they see me, they're like, okay. And then,
but you're born and raised here.
Yes.
Yeah. But I mean, so Clark County, I'm sure that there are a bunch of Chamorro boys and girls there that have never set foot on Guam.
Yes,
how do you tell them about us, I wonder?
I show pictures.
Okay.
So, I had a theater classroom at the first school I was at, and so it has a big screen. So I would put my desktop or hook it up so that it would show the pictures, the screensaver would cycle through, and it would show all the pictures from Guam, and they were in awe.
Yeah.
And there were kids that, their parents are in the Air Force or their grandparents, and they look at that, and you could see there's a connection, but they don't know how to make it.
Right.
They're looking at it, and they're saying, this...
Music.
Yes.
Music and song and food.
Yes. So I brought Kelagwin in for them.
Homemade, right?
Because I always wonder about that. There's a mindset that we have here, and obviously, first boy, born and raised on Guam, but now live in the States. They got a sense of what Guam is and what they left. And then you've got the people that they're Chamorro from day one. You look at them, I can tell you what family they're from just by looking at their face. But they don't know anything about Guam. They've never been here. It's some kind of mythical mythic place on a map that they've never been to, but they've got this strong connection. They just, as you point out, they just don't know how to how to relate to it.
Right. That is so true. That is so
hard
true.
One of these days, and I'd love to hear stories about second, third generation Chamorros from the West Coast that finally moved to Guam and go, oh, this is Guam.
Yeah.
This is what I've been missing all of these years. We'll try to clean the place up for you next time. 20 away from the top of the hour. Ray Gibson Show continues probably on the other side of these important messages.
Half a day, Guam. Chili's is going local and adding new items to the menu. All your Guam favorites with the Chili's twist. Hear and taste the excitement of Chili's sizzling stir fry. Made with your choice of chicken, beef, or shrimp, and everyone's favorite Chili's signature fajita sauce. Or put your taste buds to the test with the heat of the Denancy glazed roast chicken or the fall off the bone tender St. Louis ribs. Try all these dishes and more at Chili's. More life and great local favorites happen here.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Happy holidays, Guam! From now through January 13th, the Guam Visitors Bureau is giving you a chance to win $150 in cash just by sharing your Christmas spirit. Each week, GBB will announce the theme of the week, so take your best photo or video and upload to visitguam.com/Instagram to enter for a chance to win $150 in cash. Winners will be announced every Friday. Brought to you by GVB, making Guam a better place to celebrate this season of giving.
What happened? Who? Subway, you said?
Yes, sir.
Glad I got that right.
Subway series.
This way, one of these things are gonna. Did you say Subway? And you're gonna. No. It's a different fast food, and then just make everybody mad. Portions of the program brought to you by the Subway with the Subway series, an all-new menu of chef-inspired sandwiches now available at Subway's here and in Saipan. Enjoy a whole new way to Subway. Order any Subway series by name or number, and Subway's sandwich artists will do the rest. And then all you need to do after that is devour it. Subway, eat fresh.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
Okay, if we're lucky and the airplane does what the airplanes are supposed to do, you are going to have an opportunity to hear from former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez, who's the happiest guy in the world right now, is in Korea working with a university out there. And not only just, out Korea, hey, having a good time, hey, chamnida, annyeonghaseyo. In addition to that, he went to go visit the campus, and they put a big, huge banner across the entryway that said, welcome, CEO and boss of the Guam Visitors Bureau, former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez. And so he's got a selfie with him in front of that. I'm like, can you imagine after a lifetime, public service, governor, senator, constitutional convention, all of these things that he's been a part of over all of these years, and had the opportunity to just kind of sit back, elder statesman, just, do whatever you want to, go to parties, hang out. Hey, what you doing? Just being the former governor. Buy me a drink. But he's back in the game. And I might have mentioned this. I ran into Jerry Perez from GVB. And I said, how you guys doing? He says, we're okay. I said, you're having the time of your life, aren't you? He says, absolutely. Absolutely. But Carl's having more fun than I am. Carl's doing all the traveling. He's doing basically all the stuff I don't want to do. He gets to do, and he loves it. And so Carl's out there getting the accolades. So if we're lucky, we'll be able to get some time with him on the air tomorrow to talk about the trip in Korea and all of that stuff. James Howard, I prefer cowbell as my instrument of choice. Good times. I once rubbed shoulders with Fred Rogers at a popular strip bar in Vegas. Good times. The only problem with the strip bars in Vegas is they've got these ridiculous cover charges, I've heard.
Oh, yeah.
Where it's like $100, and we get a couple of beers in there, but you're going, I'm sorry. Nothing is worth $100 in Vegas. Just the numbers are up so high. Everything is expensive there. I was invited, because I'd spent, I don't know, $250,000 worth of equipment in one particular company as we were building these radio stations. And the guy, I'm in Vegas, and the guy says, hey, we've got a hospitality thing. I said, where? He says, and it names this hotel. And the hotel, it was a Friday or a Saturday night. And they have a swimming pool area during the day, but at night on the weekends it turns into this knockdown, drag out kind of like weekly rave event. And you've got all of these models running around here, boy model, girl models, and things like that. And they had these menus, and I took a picture of the menu because they wanted to sell just like a regular bottle of champagne that you would get, at any brunch on Guam on a Sunday. There's like $1,000 there.
Oh yeah, bottle service.
Bottle service, yeah, and so he had this like a VIP thing going on, and I'm rolling in there, and I knew that the beers, if I were to buy them at the bar, would be $25 for a bottle of beer.
What the heck?
And yeah, and they had cases of it in this little VIP thing, and I never ever wanted to leave. Because it was fun to be able to drink expensive drinks on somebody else's tab.
Because they're flexing, Ray.
Oh, super flexing.
Flex,
absolutely, super flex. Never bought anything from him again. As it turns out, but it was his fault. Anyway, 945 888-8255 TALK. A couple of things that I wanted to talk about that of somewhat of a serious nature is a story on the front page of the PDN. Did I already shine the shoes of the PDN enough today?
Oh yeah,
I'll do it again for the latecomers because I know there was a bunch of people that slept in because they ain't working today. So welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. One of the things that I noticed when I went to pick up the newspaper today at the PDN is number one, I think they've got the toner thing straightened out, and they're back to using a regular color paper. I guess they're stopping because it is like toilet paper in the bathroom, right? You can tell when they've gone cheap on that. It's not quite white toilet paper, and it's only one ply. Anyway, same thing in the newspaper business, and they've gone back to using what I think is the traditional color for the Pacific Daily News, and they've got the registration taken care of for the most part on their color ads and color photographs. But I put it next to the Guam Daily Post and noticed they're the same size again. The PDN has gone back to being, I think they refer to it as a broadsheet. It's been a long time since I've used printer lingo, but it is now it's now back to being a larger format newspaper. Not a large format like you get in the States, but it's big. And I've also noticed that they're getting much better at leading the market in stories. And that distinction had gone for a long time to the Guam Daily Post. Now, I'm not 100% sure about everything that is going on there. I hope it's not a fluke. But friends, it looks like in the print media here on Guam, we're back to two super competitive newspapers. And I think that's going to be great. I think it's going to be awesome because Haiti Gilbert, who used to work at the Post, is now working at PDN. You got Shane Healy, John O'Connor, Phil Leon Guerrero working over at the Guam Daily Post. And they've got to be feeling the heat of each other's competitive threats on the back of their necks. And I think that's going to be good for consumers. Now, I've always been a subscriber to the PDN's text alerts when something is going on. And for the most part, I want to say that they kind of stopped using that as effectively as before. Not anymore. These guys are every headline that they've got, every news story, once it's gone past the editors, is all of a sudden it's out there and you can read it before you get it in the newspaper today. So I'm looking forward to the nature of the competition that's coming to print media, and glad that it doesn't involve us. But front page of today's PDN, more jobs and inflation. 2023 holds a mixed bag for workers depending on where you work, and it looks like if you know, government of Guam, don't worry about it. Go back to your Sudoku. You don't have to come into work until 9. You take lunch. You want to be eating at noon, and then you want to be at your desk. Then you leave at 1, 2, 3, 4. A little bit of time. Why are you late getting back? Hey man, I got to digest. That's part of the lunch, right? Anyway, so a story there, and they get up with David John and a couple of the other guys. Dave Del Sola is in here, and they quote David John, who says, with the increased demand for workers on federal projects and a reduced workforce, finding qualified workers is going to get harder and harder. I believe we need to begin making a concerted effort to call local families living in the continental U.S. to come home.
Oh, come home.
We need to communicate to locals in the mainland that the mid to long-term future for Guam looks very bright if we can get tourism back in gear. And I love you, David John. We're buds. And love talking hockey with you, even though, and he knows I don't know jack about hockey. Yeah. But he's gentle in the conversations. Kids grew up together, all that stuff. But I don't know. I think once people leave Guam, David Flora is an exception for now. But I think once they leave Guam and they go to the bright lights of the big city, places where they've got school that doesn't have mold in it, they've got music programs in the schools.
Don't look back or you'll turn into mold.
Yeah, yeah. They don't have to worry about the hospital because in a lot of places where there's Chamorros, there's a dozen hospitals that you can go to when you get sick. I don't know. I used to know a guy that he had doctor's orders. He couldn't be 30 minutes away from a hospital with a heart program. And I said, man, that sounds harsh. He said, no. A lot of the hospitals here have heart programs. I'm okay. Don't worry about it. And just kind of downplayed that. So you got hospitals, places arguably that aren't necessarily scourged over with drugs and riddled with crime like Guam seems to be getting. I think the reasons why many families left are the same reasons why they don't want to come back unless I'm coming home for a wedding or a funeral. And I'm going to come in, I'm going to do my thing, and then I'm going to get myself back to the States where my dollar is going to go a lot further. I might not be making the same money that I would make on Guam, that I still have to struggle and live paycheck to paycheck. But if I move to the States, I might be able to make a little bit less money, but it will go further because I ain't going to be paying $13 for a half gallon of milk. And how much is eggs and bread? Everything that's gone up here for a lot of different reasons. At any rate, 888-825-5888-TALK. There are other conversations about what may or may not be happening with inflation. Most investors think we're either in a recession already or that one is inevitable, but that doesn't mean they're pessimistic when it comes to the markets. Goldman Sachs analyst of hedge funds and mutual funds with $5 trillion worth of assets under management shows they're betting the bear market is over and we're going back into bullish times. Funds are betting on growth stocks that should outperform if the economy avoids a recession entirely. Less than 15% of U.S. investors think we're going to avoid a recession, and more than half of the global investors see a soft landing. So, it's easy to be bearish about what's going to be happening in the next year or two. But for me, I'm looking for excuses to find the bull markets. I'm looking for excuses to say, okay, things are going to come back. And, while they might not come back at the speed that I'd like them to, it won't be all that painful moving forward. 9:51. Who's that on the phone?
Dr. Ron McNitch.
Again?
Again, that's
He's
my
already
doctor.
in the newspaper.
Well, he's
The
my
guy's
doctor.
like king of media or something like that. All right, Pacific Daily News. You can find Dr. Ron McNitch asking for a return to return the election to the people. Good morning, Dr. McNitch.
Hey, how day, Ray? How day, Guam?
What did you want to do again? Return it to the people? The people don't want it. We had 60,000 people registered to vote, and a significant number of those people didn't bother. So I think it's pretty clear the people of Guam don't want their election back.
Yeah, I just don't like primary elections.
Well, yeah. It wouldn't be the first time you've said so on the radio.
And, I'm kind of critical of it, and I did hear the senator talk about it a little bit yesterday.
As did I.
And I'll have to talk to him about it. He may not be getting my full point, which is, we hardly ever have the parties put in their full number for the legislature seats anyway. And so we end up having this, kind of fake primary anyway for most of the seats.
Right.
So, yeah. But, hey, I wanted to mention, you mentioned coming back to Guam. And on occasion, I have young people who've lived their entire life in the mainland, and they come back here to go to school. And it's like everything's a complaint with them. I just don't, get it sometimes. It's like they complain about everything.
It's like the military wives that never leave the base.
Right. Right.
I don't want to go. I don't want to go on the other side of the internet. Everything I need is here. ATM's over here with my Bank for the States. I drive my car. Yep.
And then they tell me in class what I should really be thinking or saying. Right. Yeah, you know where that's going.
Yeah. So obviously we want to encourage somebody to migrate back, but there's a reason why there's reasons why certain people don't live here, and we get it. There are deficiencies. So come back and fix them. You sit around and bellyache and bitch about them. That's not going to help anybody. Come up with some ideas and get yourself a degree, and then plug yourself into the community. But we don't need. I don't think we need lessons around here in how great it is to live in the States.
Yeah, and I'm always being told about how things are done in the States, and I'm like, great. Well, how do you go back there? That's generally my one of my answers.
Oh my God, you're a local now. You don't like it when people from the States come in and say, well, in California we do it. Well, get your ass back to California. What's the problem here?
Yeah, I know.
But it's so weird to hear come from a white guy.
I know.
And there's people looking at me going, wait, did you just call him white?
I'm Irish, Ray. I'm not white.
There we go. Well, I used to know of a fella that always referred to himself as a black Irish. And
right.
And he was one of the orneriest people I ever knew. And he always had this look on his face. Some old farts from around my time might remember exactly who it is I'm talking. I don't remember his name now, but that's how he's. And he was always one of these guys that just a chip on his shoulder, and you never knew what kind of mood he was going to be in until after his third beer.
Right. You know where Black Irish came from?
No.
The shipwrecked Spanish. They think from the. When the Spanish tried to invade England, they all shipwrecked in Ireland. And those are often referred to as the Black Irish.
Interesting. Okay.
People in Ireland who have Hispanic backgrounds, which is part of the family that I'm from, actually. Yeah.
You listen long enough to Ron McNitch, and you're bound to learn something. And a couple of interesting things that are going on, not necessarily on Guam, but in the mainland. It looks like the Republicans lost a seat for the Senate from Georgia, and I don't remember Trump insinuating himself too much into that. So, what do we attribute the loss for Herschel Walker in Georgia? You got any thoughts on that?
Sure, it's pure money. They poured hundreds. If you look at the amount of money nationally that was poured into Warnock's campaign, it's absolutely incredible. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars.
That's kind of what I thought.
And so they flooded that election with that money. And I got to tell you, Herschel Walker, and I don't care what people say and the rumors people want to say about him, he's genuinely a very good person. And he used to, about at least twice a week, I lived in an apartment in Athens, Georgia in 1981-82. He used to come by all the time.
Well,
and he's the nicest person.
Like anything else. Like anything else, just prior to the election, we're going to flood the market with all kinds of people making all kinds of claims. Win or lose the day after the election, you never hear from them again. And I'll give you a local example of that at 957. There were all kinds of people crawling out of the woodworks, slinging allegations at Congressman Mike Nicholas, our representative in Washington, D.C., about the ethics committee and something with him and, cheating on his wife with somebody in the staff and all of these kinds of things. And I haven't heard a whisper from anybody with the same kind of passion that they were attacking Mike Nicholas with. I'm not hearing anything about that, and I certainly haven't heard a peep out of the Ethics Commission.
Well, welcome to the election cycle and how narratives are spun. And
not the first time. Not the first time I've heard crap like that. I've had relatives that run in public office that all of a sudden had to, instead of being able to talk about issues that were important to voters, all of a sudden had to start dealing with the litany of unfounded charges, unprovable charges. And hard to refute charges and allegations of sexual infidelity, marital infidelity, incompetence.
There are 9 Ron McNinches in the U.S. mainland, and one of them has a serious criminal record. And every time I turn around, somebody's sending me this secret email, "Oh, I know all about you and your past." And I'm like, "Oh, really? Great. Tell me." It's not me. You know, and I think at the time this guy committed this major heinous felony, I was living in Japan for 2 years straight. So just in case anybody wants to do these Ron McNinch searches, sorry, wrong Ron McNinch.
Yeah. So what do we like to call it? The mistaken identity. 8:58 and change, about a minute left. And have you had a chance? It's out. The House version of the NDAA has been concluded. Interesting, though, it has language that would restore or eliminate the vaccine mandate on members of the armed forces. They're in for a battle on that one. I'm positive. But the other thing is, I'm wondering out loud. I asked Juan Carlos, but he was on an airplane. Are you aware of anything in the current NDAA that's good for Guam?
No, I need to look at it, and that's something I can do today. I have the day off. I'm going to take a good look at it.
All right, go and see what you can find out. Otherwise, I might send an email off to Mike Nicholas and see what he's got in there. Might have some finishing touches from him and his office that might bring some good things to Guam outside of what we already know is going to be a part of the NDAA. I got to run, Ron. You have a fantastic rest of the Feast of the Immaculate Conception. I'm going to leave that up on the screen here for a couple of minutes. Is the drones that were used at one of the Liberation festivities that depicted our Blessed Mother. So everybody else have a fantastic day as well. Talk to you soon, Ron.
Guam's great because of the people.
Absolutely. All right. You have a great day, people. 10 o'clock in the morning, KUSG Agano, where peak is best. This is The Point.
In the works. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. The Biden administration is appealing a court ruling that would otherwise lift asylum restrictions that have become the cornerstone of border enforcement in recent years. The appeal challenging a November ruling by a federal judge that ordered the Biden administration to lift the restrictions put in place by former President Trump at the outset of the pandemic. The practice authorized under Title 42 of a broader law covering public health.
DHS's own most severe projections show they are planning for upwards of 18,000 illegal crossings per day once Title 42 drops. If that happens, that would reflect a nearly tripling of the current record-setting levels we're seeing right now.
Fox's Bill Malugin in Eagle Pass, Texas. Immigrant rights groups argue the use of Title 42 unjustly harms people fleeing persecution and that the pandemic was a pretext used by the Trump administration to curb immigration. The Supreme Court's hearing arguments over the power of state courts to strike down congressional districts if they violate state constitutions. Republicans in North Carolina argue the elections clause in the Constitution gives them near complete control over congressional elections, the state among 6 in recent years in which state courts have ruled overly partisan redistricting violated their state constitutions. The Biden administration's talks with TikTok are about national security concerns that are reportedly at a standstill.
The Biden administration had hoped to have a deal by now. Now, in a statement, the company TikTok tells us this, quote, "We are confident that we are on a path to fully satisfy all reasonable U.S. national security concerns and have already made significant strides towards implementing those solutions."
Fox Business Network's Edward Lawrence at the White House. TikTok's operated by Chinese company ByteDance. Cybersecurity experts warn it can be used to mine users' personal information. America's listening to Fox News.
Stay on top of the latest forecast with America's Weather Team in the palm of your hands.
Here's the latest from America's Weather Center.
It's Fox weather updates throughout your busy day, every day.
5 inches of rain by tomorrow.
Temperatures being 30 degrees above average.
Put the power of over 100 meteorologists and the worldwide resources of Fox in your hands with the Fox Weather Podcast. Precise, personal, powerful. Subscribe and listen now at foxnewspodcasts.com. Connect to Fox News Audio on the Fox News app. Listen to hear your favorite hosts like Brian Kilmeade, Jimmy Fallon, and Guy Benson standing up for what's right, live and via podcast. Just click listen, then swipe right and hear the latest news updates on your time. And scroll down to hear the latest podcasts from Fox News. And